What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It is your boy, Stephen D, and we are live right here on Miami Sports Music.
I know the whole city, right?
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning, my family, my Finlaws. Another Therapy Monday. I don't like Therapy Mondays. I like Victory Mondays. It's been a couple weeks since we've had that, but I'm back. I am back. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm your host, Stephen D. You can follow me on all social media platforms at Stephen D. SKPL. Spread kindness, positivity, and love. I don't know how much positivity or love is going to be spread today, but we're going to get into all that. Let me do the rundown real quick. Want to say good morning to y'all. I missed y'all. I've been gone for the entire week. I want to say thank you to everybody on the podcast network who held down the fort this week. It was great. I love you guys. Thank you so much to everybody. CB83, Jason Sarney, Nando Talk. Everybody was here. Batman. Everybody who had the opportunity to hold down the fort. It was great. It was wonderful. I really appreciate everybody's help. Yeah, definitely. All right. Hey, you can follow Miami Sports Music on all social media platforms at MIA Sports Music. Want to remind you guys to hit that like button and subscribe. And just so y'all know why I was away, we hit 10,000 subscribers on the channel. That's a big deal. 10,000 subscribers to the channel. We're going to have a 10,000 giveaway show here late sometime this week. It's not going to be today because today is going to be a little crazy, and we got to talk about the game, but we did hit 10,000 subscribers, and that's awesome, man. So thank you very much. It's honestly a testament to y'all coming here every morning on a week in, week out morning to doing that. So 10,000 subscribers is a big deal. Couldn't have done it without your help. And thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. And I hope that we can keep growing and we can keep building and we can keep moving this thing in a forward direction. Unlike what the Dolphins are doing right now. And we're going to get into it. We're going to get into all that. Want to make sure if you guys want to sign up, become a member of the family, there's lots of different ways you guys can do that. But one of the ways is signing up and becoming a member of the channel. Would love for you to do that. If you'd like to join this channel, get access to perks, stuff like that, sign up today, become a member. Big deal. So I dropped the link in the chat below. You guys can do that. If you guys want to help the channel grow by donating, lots of different ways you can do that. Anybody who donates today is going to get entered to win a Javon Holland autograph 8x11 photo. And it also has PSA. It also has a PSA certified sticker. And I have the PSA certified sticker that goes, the certificate of authenticity goes along with it. Okay. So this is a Javon Holland autograph photo, and if you notice, he's wearing number 22 there because these were autographed right after he got drafted, and this is before he had the number 8. So these are really rare 8x11 photos. These are really cool. I have a whole bunch of these. I'm going to be giving away during the giveaway day for 10,000. But yes, if anybody who donates today, you'll get entered to win this on the wheel. We'll do the wheel at the end of the show, and I'll send this out to you. I have a whole bunch of stuff that I got from ZSM Sports. People's giveaways, I will be mailing that out this week. So if you won something in the last 6 to 8 weeks, it will be getting mailed out to you. I apologize for the huge wait, but I will definitely be mailing that out this week. So do not worry about that. If you guys want to donate to the channel, you guys can use Cash App or PayPal. You see the QR code right on your screen, which is really, really good. And then you also have MSM Podcast Network up here too. Dud Fins suck, says Steven. You need to thank me for bullying your fans into donating a buttload the other night. I thank you, Dud Fins, I guess. Yeah, so big deal. Just we're trying to make the channel grow. We can't grow without your help. So let's go. Let's do it. Let's have a big show, big night. I want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, obviously ZSM Sports. for donating everything to the channel and being a big provider for the channel, which is absolutely amazing. Cars, jerseys, balls, and hard-to-find items. ZSM Sports is your place to go. All right. Hangry Owls, good food, good mood, craft subs and salads. You want a good place to eat? Hangry Owls in Pembroke Pines. Give them a call at 305-279-5332. Vasasaur. We love some Vasasaur. Why do we love Vasasaur? Well, because they have Born and Raised, the official beer of Clock Blockers. A beer created for the fans, by the fans. I want to remind you guys, on Saturday night in Wynwood, in South Florida, there will be a watch party hosted by myself and Dolph Freaky. The event is free, but due to limited spacing, you want to RSVP on TAILGATE. It sucks that they've lost these last 2 weeks because I don't know, I thought we would have had a huge turnout had we won last night. I'm starting to, I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, man. A great place to sit.com. You guys need a place to sit to the games coming up. Make sure you guys go to a great place to sit.com. They're absolutely amazing. The price you see is the price you get. And then obviously TAILGATE. Download the app today on your current Crapple or Apple Android device today, and we'll get going. All right, man. It is Therapy Monday. Dolphins lose to the Chargers. Tua struggles again. We're going to get into all that. I guess I will get into just a lot. I have a lot to kind of run down and just my thoughts and feelings. And then I'll obviously bring you guys on one at a time today. It's Therapy Monday. So y'all sit on the couch with me and tell me how you feel about everything. So, let me kind of just start out with my feelings of last night. Anger, frustration is probably the two biggest ones. I have been Miami Dolphins fan my entire life. I love the Dolphins. I love everything about the Dolphins. There's nothing I love more than the Miami Dolphins, besides my wife and children. Let me just throw that out there. But I can tell you right now that the Dolphins, have been a very tough thing to watch over the last 25 to 30 years. And they are the definition of mediocrity. Okay. You look at the definition of mediocrity in Webster's dictionary, there's a picture of the Miami Dolphins there. And there's always something that I believe, in my opinion, holds them back from greatness. And I don't know what that is. But I can tell you, sitting last week, watching the game with my uncle down in Florida and seeing Tua struggle the way that he did and just not being on. And by the way, last week, and just to go to the 49ers game, I looked at it and I said, you know what? Look, not every, we're not going to win every game. People are going to have off games. They're entitled to struggle. Right. And I told myself that and felt that. I tried to go back and see, well, Tom Brady didn't have every game, mastered and was great in every single game. He had some off games too. And, I go Peyton Manning and John Elway and Dan Marino and Jim Kelly and all of these things. And I'm like, people are entitled to have bad games. But I have said over and over on my channel that good teams find a way to win. Right. And I look at the 2022 Miami Dolphins and I say, well, where are we at as a franchise right now? We made some of the biggest moves in the offseason, this offseason, and going out and getting Tyreek Hill, who, let me just tell you, is hands down probably the biggest X factor and difference maker on this offense. Just want to throw that out there. There are a lot of things that I believe the Dolphins are. And one of them is a team that is moving from a mediocre team to a good team. Now, can I defend what's happened the last 2 weeks? No. Can I defend what happened last night? No. Tua outright played horrible last night. He played horrible the week before. And there's no defending that. Now, do I still like Tua? Tua's done enough for me this year to say, let me see how the rest of this year plays out. But I can admit that I was pissed off last night. I can admit that I was cussing, in my living room, a storm about Tua and how bad he played. I can also admit that there was that the Chargers defense did everything they could to stop Tua and that offense. And they played it well. There were plenty of times last night where Tua threw the ball right at the receiver, and I'm like, how can I get mad at that? It's a drop pass. How can I get mad at that? He clearly lost it in the lights or whatever it was. There were 2 throws where Tyreek and I believe Jalen Waddle just straight up lost the ball. That if they had seen it, they probably would have been touchdowns. But I still can't sit here and say that's not an excuse for how bad we played in certain aspects of the game. The defense has been on the field, like I think they were on the field 80 plus times in San Francisco, and they were on the field 70 plus times last night. They were exhausted. And by the way, Jalen Phillips and Christian Wilkins, dogs, absolute dogs. Love those guys. Sign them contracts today. Extensions today. But I'm not ready to sit here and say that Tua is not the person of the future. And every single one of you have a right to question that or feel differently about that. And I'm not going to get mad if you do. I think Tua's played well enough this year to excuse, in my opinion, 2 bad, mind you, bad games at the worst possible time of the year. It sucks. We come off a 5-game win streak against mediocre teams. Mediocre teams. We want a real measurement stick? Well, we got one. But it's going to be tough. You got to go to the West Coast. You're going to stay there for 2 games against 2 teams, San Francisco being one of the hottest teams in all of the NFL, and the Chargers being up and down this year. But we know when they're healthy, they're a really good team. And on offense, they were healthy last night, and Herbert put up career numbers. Now, do I blame some of that on the defense? A little bit. But I also believe that they were doing everything they could to try to go after him. Like, I can't get mad at some of the people on defense last night because they were playing their hearts out. I'm not trying to make excuses for Tua. Tua played like crap. Absolutely crap. There's no way around that. And I can't sit here, and I'm not going to sit here and argue with you guys if you guys think that Tua is not the guy either. Because you guys have a legit argument. There are legit arguments for you guys to feel that way. You have numbers to back it up. You have games when it matters on the line to back it up. I'm telling you as a Miami Dolphins fan, and I'm not questioning anybody else who feels this way. I'm just telling you for me personally, I can't dismiss the other good stuff that he's done this year and just throw it all away off of a 2-game loss, who, by the way, let's get something straight. I know it sucks. We're not in the position that we want to be in, which, in my opinion, is an elite football team. We're a really good football team. I want to throw that out there. We just have not hit that next level yet. Do I think we'll do it this year? I don't know. Do I feel like I've been sold a bag of crap? Do I feel like I've been sold crap on a bag of goods? No, I don't. I feel like we're a team that has a first-year head coach that made a lot of offseason changes, that has a lot of great potential, who showed what we can do when we're all on the same page. And I think we need to make, a few more adjustments in the offseason. And I think we'll be a great team next year. But to automatically go from this is where this team is at today, yesterday, by last couple of years, to automatically doing a 360 off of a few different acquisitions this offseason. Those few different acquisitions, aka, Tyreek Hill, Jeff Wilson, Raheem Mostert, they're going to make a difference. There's no doubt about that. But are they going to, in any way, shape, or form, turn this team around night and day? It doesn't happen all the time. In fact, it happens very rarely. I hate that we lost on the national stage. It kills me inside. It kills me. It kills me to know that Tua had the chance to prove the haters wrong and did not take that step on national television. It sucks that there were just certain things that were not adjusted to. They closed up the middle of the field last night, and yet they were trying to go to the middle of the field. Do I 100% put the blame on Tua for that? No. I got to blame a little bit of McDaniel for that and not changing the game plan. There was just a lot of things and by the way, I'm not putting it all on Tua. I'm not going to sit here and defend him, but I'm not going to put all the blame on him either. This is a tough loss. Everything about this is tough. Everything about this sucks. 2 weeks ago, we were like, man, we're going on a 3-game road trip. And if we go out and we go 2-1, man, don't let us go 2-1. Well, now we're sitting at 0-2 at the end of the West Coast trip. And we got to go play Buffalo in Buffalo, where it's going to snow. All indications point that it's going to snow this weekend in Buffalo on Saturday night. But here's the thing: we're sitting at 8-6 and in the 6th seed. We're still we still, even God forbid a loss on Sunday, have a legit shot at making the playoffs going into the last 4 games. Legit. A lot of things need to happen. But we wanted to get into the playoffs and win a playoff game. I want to remind y'all that was the initial goal of 90% of Dolphins fans. 90% of Miami Dolphins fan base was like, let's just get into the playoffs and win a playoff game. And if we do that, it was a successful year. I don't think that's changed. I think if we get into the playoffs and win a playoff game, we are on the right track and moving forward. We are. A lot of things need to change between now and another 5 weeks. Don't get that twisted. But don't just dismiss because we've lost. By the way, we lost 23-17. It's not like we got blew out. But it goes back to my point that I have always made on this channel. Good teams find a way to win. And we have not found ways to win the last 2 weeks. We lost to Mr. Irrelevant with the week prior. Made him look like he was great. By the way, he had another good game this past week. The season is not over. The season feels over because we went on this hard game road trip and we lost the last 2. And now we're going in to play the Buffalo Bills. We're not bad either, y'all. We're not. We did not play 2 great games the last 2 weeks. And it sucked because for the most part, a lot of the country saw the 49ers game, and all the country saw the game last night. And by the way, all the country's going to get a first-hand ticket to see the Buffalo Bills game. We are not horrible. We played horrible last night. We played horrible the week prior. We are not a horrible football team. We are a team that we're exactly what we are. We're an 8-6 football team. 8-5. 8-5. I'm sorry. 8-5 football team. 8-5 football team. We're in the 6th spot of the playoffs. If somebody had said, hey guys, you guys are going to be 8-5 and in the playoff hunt, thick in the playoff hunt, 90% of you fans would have been like, okay, let's go. Let's see how the rest of the year plays out. It's we're not pulling the plug. We are on the right track. We did not show up the last 2 weeks, and that sucks. I hate it. Nobody hates it more than me. Trust me, I hate how bad the Dolphins are losing. Trust me, I hate how bad Tua put on that performance the last 2 weeks. But I don't think we need to pull the plug. I don't think we need to be like, oh my God, the world's coming to an end. The world's, in my opinion, these are just 2 bad losses. And that's what I'm putting it up to. And a lot of you disagree with me. And that's fine. You guys can feel like that. And maybe I'm being Mr. Positivity and trying to look at the optimistic of things and don't want to see how bad really things are. The last 2 weeks, it was bad and it sucked. But in my opinion, let's see how the last 5 weeks play out. Let's see it. There's a lot of things that we can point the finger at. And Tua is one of those people. And I'm not going to get mad at anybody if they get up here today and they say, oh my God, Tua's the worst. Tua, I can't defend him anymore. If that's how you feel, so be it. But you can't sit here and tell me that at 8-5, we're not in the thick of things. In my opinion, okay, the Dolphins have the Bills, the Packers, the Patriots, and the Jets left. And I think the Dolphins win 3 out of the last 4. They win 3 out of the last 4, which puts them at what? 9, 10, 11. 11-6. They put them at 11-6. I said 11, 12, or 13 wins with where this team is at this year. And with a few calls and a few bad games, we probably would have gotten there. And we still can at 11. This team is exactly where I thought they were at the beginning of the year. We had 2 bad games. 2 bad games. And there's no excuses for those games. At the end of the day, there really isn't. That was time to put up, and they did not put up. They shut up. But I believe the Dolphins are going to win 3 out of the last 4. They're going to make the playoffs. It'll be a road playoff game, unfortunately. And we're going to have a legit shot at winning that game because our team can put up numbers. They have not the last 2 weeks, but they can. And we know that they can. Do I know what's wrong with Tua? No. I don't. And here's the thing about Tua. I don't have any explanation for how bad he's played. I don't have an explanation for it. You had 25 yards total in the first half, bro. Nothing I can do to defend that. You want me to be critical of Tua? Here's me being critical of Tua. I don't know where he's been the last 2 weeks, but it hasn't been playing for the Miami Dolphins. It hasn't been. 10 for 28, a buck 45 and a touchdown. Cannot defend that. I can't. The 49ers game, 18 for 33, 295, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Can't defend that. Especially when you make Mr. Irrelevant go 25 for 37, 210, and a touchdown and an interception. Make him look like he was, decent. But I also want to put that, I want you guys to understand that a little bit. Let's put that in perspective. In my opinion, before last night's game, his worst game of his career was last week. And he still threw for 295 and 2 touches. This week, he won up that. He probably had his next worst game of his career. 10 for 28, a buck 45, and a touchdown. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, the guy who was drafted right behind him went 367 and a touchdown. This sucks on every level because it was a nationally televised game. It was against the quarterback who was picked right behind him that we could have picked instead of him, who, by the way, he only had 1 touchdown. He threw for 367, but he had the same amount of touchdowns Tua had. I personally cannot get on the bandwagon that Tua's not the guy. Tua's had 2 bad weeks that are unacceptable in the middle of a playoff run. I will give him that. I will give you all, the fan base, that. But I'm not going to sit here and say he's not the guy for our future, and I'm not going to sit here and say that he's not the guy for this team. He needs to turn it around, and if he doesn't in these last 4 games, I might have to get on board with, if there's a better option out there, go find him. I'm not married to Tua. I am married to what makes this team better. What gets this team to the next level. That's what I'm married to. And at the moment, Tua is still the best option for this team. Let's see how the last 4 weeks go. Plus the playoff game, because we're going to make the playoffs. I just want you all to know that. Put it in your head. I want you all to know that. Miami makes the playoffs. Do we win a playoff game? I don't know yet. But we make the playoffs. Miami makes adjustments to turn this thing around. I've been fair with Tua, but man, he played like a straight bum, Jose said. I'm not denying that. You'll get no argument from me there, Jose. You'll get no argument from me. He played horrible the last 2 weeks. Horrible. Pete, I know that you've been right about Tua, but don't sit here and say that Skyler's the savior of the team, because he's not. I am a Miami Dolphins fan till the day that I die. I will not be rebranding the channel Artful Dodger. Understand, Tua Tagovailoa gives this team the best chance to succeed and move forward. You don't have to believe that. You could come up here and spiel whatever. I don't want to say whatever nonsense, although that was what I was about to say. You could come up here and spiel whatever your thoughts and feelings are about how bad he is or is not. But understand, when you're asking me, the Miami Dolphins are a playoff team this year, and the best person to get us to the next level at this particular moment is Tua. Did Tua play like crap the last 2 weeks? 150% yes, without a doubt. No excuse for it. And I don't even know why he's played bad the last 2 weeks. I don't have an excuse. I can't defend it. I can't defend it. Everybody says I'm a 2 in the air. That's fine. So be it. Don't care. I care about the logo. And right now, I'm trying to think with my brain and not with my heart. Because my heart tells me, how dare you embarrass us on national television? I'm a fan too. You don't think I was throwing stuff across the room last night? That I was cussing up a storm? That I was sitting there going at the TV behind closed doors? You stupid. Like, I was everything. I was pissed last night. Pissed. To a T. I hate being like this. I hate that the Dolphins had a chance to change the narrative of this franchise the last 2 weeks and crap the bed. And Tua's a big part of that. But let me tell y'all, we are still a playoff team. We are still in the thick of the playoff race. We will still make the playoffs. Mark my words. Read them and weep. Write it down. Take a picture. Remember it. The Miami Dolphins in 2022 will make the playoffs. We're going to be in a playoff game. And we haven't done that in the last 6 years. But I cannot defend the last two weeks. I can't. The last 2 weeks sucked. And we got to chalk it up to that's what it is. But they need to make the adjustments, and they need to play different brand of football. Do I think we'll do it this week against Buffalo? I don't know. My heart tells me probably not. It's a snow game in Buffalo. We have never played good in Buffalo. Why do I think that's going to start now? Because we played amazing the last 2 weeks? No. If I'm honest with myself, I am very optimistic. I'm very pessimistic about this Buffalo game. I am not excited about it. But I'm going to be there watching. I'm going to be ready to go. I'm going to be at Vasasaur in Wynwood for the watch party. It's going to be awesome. We're going to have a great time, and I hope you're there. All right. I'm ready. I'm ready for y'all. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Don't forget to hit the like button. Donate to the channel, y'all. Help the channel grow. Anybody who donates today will be entered to win a Javon Holland autograph 8x11 photo. You notice it is number 22. It is not number 8. When he got drafted, he signed these at ZSM Sports. Shout out to ZSM. They are PSA certified. They are legit. They are certified. They are certified Javon Holland autographed photos. Okay. So if you guys donate anything today to the channel, you guys will be entered to win that. I will give that away. All right. Here we go. I'm going to drop the link. I want you all to come on. I'm willing to talk to y'all. It is Therapy Monday. We're going to have to see. We are going to have to see. Let me make sure. Oh man, y'all came on strong. I'm trying to pin the link. Stop moving. There we go. Pin message. Okay. Y'all got a lot to say today. The back room filled it up. All right. First person. Good morning, Rashad.
What is it?
Welcome. No.
No more vacations for you, young man. You
No
put a
more
hex on the
vacations.
team.
That's what happened. I went on vacation and all hell broke loose.
Yep, and I'm not allowed to go to no more games. It's official. I'm 0 for
You went
2.
to the game. You were there last night.
I was there last night in Frisco. I am done.
You know what, Rashad? We're just going to chalk it up to that. You went to the games on the West Coast, and I
Yep,
went on vacation. But I'm not going on any more vacations this year, or at least for
and
the
I'm
rest
not
of the
going to
year.
no more games.
And you're not going to no more games. We did it, y'all. We got it. We found what the answer was.
Oh man, sad last night. Can't get no worse. I don't know what we were doing.
They could get a
Granted,
lot of worse. It can get more worse.
the Chargers. Come on,
Guys, put some respect on their
come
name. Don't be
on.
mad that don't be salty about it.
We look like the 2018, was it 18 or 19? 18 Dolphins.
Yeah.
When X set out, I don't know. I've been saying this since last night. Josh Boyer got to go. Leave him in LA. Like, I'm
How can I
over
get mad at Josh Boyer?
on 3rd and 17, 3rd and goal in
Oh,
17. You
look,
play prevent
no,
defense.
but is that a product of the personnel that's on the field, or is that a product of play calling on defense?
Isn't that? I blame that all on Josh Boyer. I call it play calling. I blame it on play calling. And is he not calling the plays?
He is, but
Honestly,
I'm going to say it's a mixture of both, right? And I'm going to say I don't know how else you want to put it, man. There was some plays last night where it was just straight good defense, and Herbert was finding the open. Herbert, like Cater was literally assaulting like Mike Williams on like a short 3rd down throw or whatever it was, and Herbert stepped back through like a 3-yard out pass to the one place that he could throw it to. And
yeah.
Cater was all over him. I can't get mad at that. That's good defense. And it was a good play.
No. We literally played man to man. For the last 2 weeks, we played man to man. I don't know why we played zone all season. We've held our own. We've been playing man to man the last 2 weeks. Don't know why. But when we went to man, we went to bend, don't break. And we are breaking. We are shattering. We're not breaking. We can't go out there. Every 3rd down, we put our players to the 1st down marker. There was a 3rd and 5, and Eric Rowe was 10 yards off the line of scrimmage, checking Keelan Allen. Keelan Allen, they kept throwing screens and had 2 blockers in front of
Look, I
whoever
get
caught the
it. The
ball.
whole day they were flowing into the open flat, no matter if
Like,
it was 3rd and 17 or 1st and 10 or 2nd and 5 or whatever it was. That was the play that they were running that was killing us. And by the way, it's the play that I couldn't figure out why we weren't running on our offense for them.
we ran it one time and got 10 yards.
Yeah.
One
So,
time we ran it on
I mean,
3rd and
look,
21.
in my opinion, I'm not going to say the defense played well enough to win. I like what Triple S Podcast just said in the stat. They played well enough to win on the road.
The defense made plays. Yeah.
And you can say what you want about Justin Herbert throwing 367 yards. He only had 1 passing touchdown. So in my opinion, the red zone defense was doing what they needed to do. You can let him throw all he wants from the 20 to the 20. The moment he got into the red zone, the Dolphins defense did what they needed to do. I'm not mad at the defense.
You weren't paying attention because they were
You're breaking up, Rashad. You're breaking up. All right, let me put you. I'm gonna bring you back on a little bit later. Let me put you in the back, brother. I love you. Let me bring on the next person. I'm gonna bring on somebody who hasn't been on the show in a while. For a while, he was my co-president. He was my vice president. I like this guy. I miss him. Mr. Dane Deese in the building. What's up, cuz?
What's up? Fins up, Steve. Fins up, Steven, man. I can't
Fins up,
talk
baby.
long.
It fins up all day. Even after an 0-2 loss, it still fins up, baby.
it was rough, man. Like, man, it was rough, man. I was around all Dolphin fans on a cruise, and like we were like hyped up about the game. And like the thing is, man, I was at the Baltimore game, so I got to feel the hope that he did that the offense gave us.
Mm-hmm.
But looking at it now in hindsight, these last two games, yes, Boyer's play calling has been sketchy, especially like going into like a prevent defense set on third and goal, like last night when the Chargers got that touchdown, with the defenders being so far off. But the defense has played good enough for us to win. You got to remember,
Mm-hmm.
in the fourth quarter with like 4 minutes left in the San Francisco game, they only had 23 points
Correct.
until the turnover happened. And then last night, the defense inside the red zone was outstanding. And I'm a Dolphin fan at the end of the day. I'm a root for Tua, but like at the end of the day, I'm not attached to a player. And he comes up small in big moments. Remember, the last 2 years before this year, in December, we controlled our own destiny. And in those big games
Yep.
against real competition, Buffalo the first year, Tennessee the second, Tua comes up small. And we have to start looking at that. He comes up small. And the difference with Herbert, yeah, we kept him out the end zone, but on money down, on third down, he made those throws. He's able to do things that even against a good defense, like you said, we played good defense. He's still able to make those spectacular throws. Our guy needs everything to be perfect and does it. I'm not saying that he's not a quarterback. I mean, he made it to the league, but he's not the quarterback that's going to put you on your back and take you to the promised land when everything ain't perfect. Everything has to be perfect. And we're even seeing with two of the fastest receivers in the league that he still needs everything to be picture perfect. Now, was McDaniel's play calling great? No. We need to get the running game involved. Armstead didn't have a great game, but at the end of the day, it falls on him. He's the quarterback.
So let's get something straight, Dane. I don't I don't disagree with 98% of what you said. I think that it does fall a lot onto it. Tua is the quarterback, and in order for us to be a good football team and win football games, he's the X factor. There's no doubt about that. Defense played good enough to win last night. We all agree with that. We all also agreed that up until the last 11 minutes, and we can go back to out of the 5 losses that we've lost, we can easily say 3 of them in the last 9 to 11 minutes of the fourth quarter. It was a different, like the defense was on the field way too long, right?
Yeah, they get gassed.
We can say that. We can say that again about the Minnesota game, and we can say that about the San Fran game, right? And so those I don't want to say garbage time points at the end, but they are defense at the end. That's I look at the 40-point game against the Jets. I look at the 33 points that San Fran put up last week. In my opinion, the defense, who by the way, let's also throw it out there, on the road they have not been great.
No,
as a matter of fact, they're the worst of the NFL on the road when it comes to points per game. When they're at home, they're second in the NFL.
Yeah.
So it's a night and day defense on the defense. Nobody's arguing that. But last night, in my opinion, they did enough to win the football game. They did enough to put the team in a position to do that. And so then you got to go look at the offense. And you got to say, okay, well, what did they not do? And it starts with Tua. Tua threw 25 yards at halftime. That's unacceptable. And in no way, shape, or form is that acceptable.
And McDaniels has to get some blame too. Like, the teams are dropping back their linebackers deeper in coverage. They're clogging up the middle. So you have to scheme and do things like throw some bubble screens, anything. Like, do some things to switch it up, to mix it up, to throw the defense off kilter. And we didn't do that. We didn't adjust. I mean, with the running game, we had our little spurts there, but that's still an Achilles heel of us. We need to invest in a bell cow back. We've been doing it the last 3 years, getting by with these okay backs that will be solid number 2s on team, and that's what we had. We had 2 solid number 2 backs. They're not that dude. We're not San Francisco. We don't have their offensive line, so we can't perfect that scheme that they run in the running game. We're just not them. And like we need to invest in that dude at running back. We really do. But I think, like you said,
my wife and I were watching the game last night, and we were talking about we were talking about Ryan Tannehill, and we were talking about the Tennessee Titans and where they would be at without Derrick Henry, right?
Yeah.
And we both agree. My wife and I both were like, man, if Derrick Henry wasn't there, Tua never would have got that contract from Tennessee, and he wouldn't be the guy in Tennessee, right?
Wouldn't be the guy.
And so they're a successful team for one reason and one reason only, and that's Derrick Henry, right? And so you look at this particular team. I'm not denying that I would like a bell cow running back or be able to put that onto the next level, but I will also say, Dame, with the exception of the last 2 weeks, it was starting to get and I'm not speaking for last night. And I'm not speaking for the week before, but man, I was starting to get a little excited about Jeff Wilson and Raheem Mostert, I was like, man, Jeff Wilson goes out with an injury last night. Raheem Mostert can't seem to, get any, there was towards the second half, he had like 3 or 4 rushes that were like 10 yards each or something like that, or 8 to 10 yards. I was like, all right, he's starting to get a little, but I don't know when it comes to it, when it comes to Tua's the reason we lost last night. There's no ands or buts about it. There's no I need to blame this person. No, Tua is the reason we lost last night. And Tua is also the reason we lost in San Fran. Because if Tua was on the money in San Fran, that game wouldn't have ended up the way that it ended. Yeah. Because it would have been a different story going into halftime. And last night the same way. Like I can't excuse 25 passing yards at halftime. There's no excuse for it.
Yeah.
And let's get something straight. I still want Tua to be the guy. I still think that Tua is the guy that's going to lead us to the playoffs this year. But the last 2 weeks have been unacceptable, and I can say that. I don't have to be a hater to say that. He played bad the last 2 weeks.
Can I say one thing, Stephen D? People put this narrative on us as fans that we can't be emotional. We can't be high with the highs and then be low with the lows. That's the thing of being a damn fan. That's the thing of being a damn fan. And like, I'm cheering for Tua, rooting for Tua, have multiple Tua jerseys. But at the end of the day, I want to win a Super Bowl. And as of right now today, from those last 2 games, I don't see Super Bowl. Now, after I left the Baltimore game and we went on that 5-game winning streak against, let's be honest, mediocre competition, I was feeling Super Bowl. But as of right now today, after seeing us play a stout defense in San Francisco, and as of right now, we Dolphin fans have to be honest with yourself. And a lot of them won't. Playing against the team that we should have drafted that quarterback, and we didn't. And people can keep that secretly and don't want to say it or say it behind closed.
I still disagree with that.
I'm 6'6", rocket arm throw off all platforms. That's cool.
I'm going to disagree with you there, Davey, and I'm going to disagree with you there.
Buffalo. But
look, do I think we're going to beat Buffalo? There's nothing that gives me hope that we're going to beat Buffalo this coming up Saturday night. But I'm going to be watching.
Me either, but guess what? As a fan, I'm cheering for us. Yeah.
I'm cheering. I'm ready. I think we're going to do something, But let me ask you, what would it say if Tua comes out and they win in Buffalo in the snow? That'd be a big win. We'd be sitting 9-5 if that happened. Nobody would be upset with that.
We could go in the Arrowhead. If we do that, Stephen D, then I'm back to saying, damn it, we can go in the Arrowhead in the playoffs and do it. I'm back to that again because I'm a fan. But like, it's and I do agree with you that Green Bay Jets, even though their defense is legit, but their offense is like ours with the inconsistent quarterback, and New England as well, that we can win 3 straight after the Buffalo game and get into the playoffs.
100%. We're winning 3 out of the next 4.
I'm still optimistic.
It's just convinced of that.
I wanted the division, dog. I wanted the number 1
seed. So do I. And there's nothing wrong with saying that, Dane. But 2 things. Number 1, the season is not over. Season is not over. Okay. Still got 4 more weeks of the season left. Still got a whole other month. And Dame, you also have to put in perspective too, buddy, that this is a team that, in my opinion, is exactly on the right track to becoming a better football team. Are they where we want them to be? No. But again, if somebody had told me, hey, Steven, the Dolphins would be 8-5 going into the last 4 games, I would have raised my hand and I would have took that all day long. There wouldn't have been a second thought. There wouldn't have been a second thought to it.
And I'm going to tell you, Stephen D, before I go, you can feel it right now because I'm in Miami International right now. You can feel the pain right now.
It's tough. I get it. I fly in Saturday morning. We're doing a big watch party out at Bezos Tour and Wynwood. I hope you're coming.
If I can, I am, man. It's the wife's birthday on week, so I don't know.
Hey, bring her to Bezos Tour. We're going to have a big party Saturday night over in Wynwood, man. I'd love to see you there, man. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Most definitely, man. I just wanted to say, just check in with you, man. If work permitting, I'm able to check in more, man. And I'll be listening, man.
You, brother.
Fins up, brother. Fins up.
Fins up, baby.
I'll be back. Fins up.
Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Hit the like button, donate to the channel, help the channel grow. Congratulations to y'all. We hit 10,000 subscribers this past week when I was on vacation. So shout out to y'all for hitting 10,000 subscribers. Super excited about that. All right, it is Therapy Monday. I'm bringing y'all on. I'm going to give everybody a chance to talk. I'm not going to just let y'all talk. So stay in the back. Stay on hold. I promise you I'm bringing everybody on today that gets in the back room. But I need you to stay on so that I can keep you in order because I'm bringing people on from the in order that I see them come in. Okay? All right, so if you leave and come back, I'm going to try to bring you on in the same space you were in, but I can't, I'm trying to keep up with people. So stay on. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to bring you all on today. I promise. Okay. Don't go. All right. Next person I'm going to bring on. I'm not looking forward to this. Okay. Pete. Good morning, Pete.
Hey, good morning, Steven, and all 9,999 of you better apologize to me because I'm part of the 10,000 subscribed. But it's 9,999 that owe me an apology. Steven, I don't want to hear anything about the next couple games. Are you aware this was the worst defense we were going to face? This is the worst defense we were going to face. It doesn't get easier than this, Steven. It is over with. We are done. And Steven, I don't want to hear anything from anybody that it's been one game. It's been 2 bad games. What has Pete consistently been doing each and every single week, Steven?
Pete.
Each and every single week.
Got you, Pete. Rashad got you,
Time
Pete.
out the truth.
Rashad got him. All right. Let me tag this. 10:46. This Harrison for shot for president. Oh, I can't with y'all. Y'all are too much. All right. Let me bring on the next person, Cap for life. Good morning, Cap.
Oh my God, I'm busting a gut right now. That was so good. Oh my God.
Y'all are too much.
Hey, but for real talk though, man. Hey, congratulations on the 10,000, man. It was more.
It was a lot of hard work to get there, but I couldn't have done it without y'all.
Yeah, I know it, man. But yeah, baby steps, but you're getting there, man. And it was good to see Damien, man. Damien and we saw Finsanity this morning too, man. Damien, Finsanity, man, we miss you guys, man, and we need you guys back, man, especially now more than ever.
So your thoughts, man. I want to hear from you, man. What are your thoughts about everything?
Well, real quick, because I know you got a line, bro. But yeah, man, as far as like the excuse making running thin, I mean, to the point where it's getting paper thin right now. I mean, like Pete just said, the schedule is not favoring us right now. The tiebreakers are not favoring us right now. Jeff Wilson being hurt is not favoring us right now.
Yeah, there's no
Gesicki,
update. There's no update on him, by the way. I looked this morning. I don't see any update about Jeff Wilson at the moment.
It's hip injury. It's a hip injury, and if it's the same as Leonard Fournette, he's missing at least 2 weeks. And Milk Carton Gesicki, once again, people talking about top 5 tight end, MIA, bro. The 98% chance of making the playoffs just dwindled to 78%. We lose to the Bills, it falls down to 55% or less if the Jets and the Chargers keep winning. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys, man. Look, I'm not here to, like, I think you guys know where I stand with this. Yeah, I was in favor of our quarterback because everybody wants their quarterback to succeed. But, man, I mean, I don't know, man. The excuse making is becoming more disturbing than funny right now, man. I mean, I don't know, man. You guys need to wake up, man. You guys need to really wake up and just feel the pressure that's going to happen the next year, because we're stuck with Tua for another year. So all these individual accolades you guys love so much, they're starting to fluctuate more and more down. That passer rating that was number 1, now it's number 25. I mean, MVP talks gone. I mean, I don't know what else you guys want, but to understand that when big time games come and a statement game needs to be made, we don't make a statement with this quarterback. I'm sorry. I mean, you can't get any better than all the statistics he had.
He has not done it yet. You won't get a big argument from me on that.
Yeah, and the thing is, he can't get any more higher to the mountaintop than he is right now with all these numbers. So what else you think is going to happen? It's going to start dwindling down little by little, and people are going to blame the defense. People are going to blame the coaches, right, even though McDaniel did have a hand in this.
Let me ask you a question, Cap. I feel like why has Tua not done well these last 2 weeks? Because and let me preference this by saying it looked like before the bye week he was on this upward trajectory. The bye week happens. We saw the first half of the Houston game. He was definitely missing some targets, but we scored 30 points. He comes out in the second half. He doesn't, we were like, what's going on, right? We can blame it on Gerard Armstead not being there, whatever. Last week, going to San Francisco, he clearly is off. Something is not 100% right? He's just off. Like, there's no other point to putting that in. He was not hitting targets. He was not reading things correctly. He was not hitting the people he needed to hit. And then this past week or last night, we could still say that. Like, there was a lot of drop passes. I'll give you that. But again, there was just, for some reason, since the bye week, before the bye week, he was on this upward trajectory. And post the bye week, he's just not been all there. He's not been. What do you attest that to? What do you think about that?
Let me tell you, man, ever since the concussion scandal happened, we all forget that he had an injury in the ankle also in that game, following up to that game. Last week with the ankle injury once again, I think this ankle injury is more worse than what people are letting it out to be. And that's fine. At the same thing with Waddle. I think Waddle's injury is more serious than what that's supposed to be. But hey, man, suck it up. It's December. Like, everybody's going to start falling downhill right now. It's up to the freaking coaches as well right now to start substituting smarter now, especially now with no running game. Your tight end that everybody was clamoring about being a top 5 tight end needs to step the hell up also. Waddle and Hill can't do it all, and that's the proof right there the past 2 weeks. You guys are force-feeding the balls to these guys, and the defense knows it. The NFL knows it. Hell, even my freaking neighbor who's 78 years old keeps saying, why they keep throwing the ball to Hill? Like, you need to have some other type of game plan moving into December. And unfortunately, right now, we only got, 2 running backs? When I was saying bell cow, everybody thought I was crazy. Now look.
I don't know what to say. I don't have an answer as to why he's been off.
Well, look, let me tell you this, man. I'm just tired of hearing all these, casuals don't know football. Man, let me tell you something, man. You don't have to be a casual to see what's going on right now, bro. And Justin Herbert right now was the pick, and we bleeped up.
I still disagree with that statement.
Hey, man, the proof is in the pudding, my friend. Even though they're both tied, they beat each other head to head. Right now in his statement game, Justin Herbert has statement games on his belt. Tua doesn't.
All right. You're not wrong about that. Like, yeah, they're tied. Yeah, the statement game Herbert stood up, more than.
Let me ask you a question before I get off real quick. The chances of us winning in New England and in Buffalo, as opposed to us winning at home.
Well, let me tell you. So there's
the last time I checked, 10-6 didn't get us in the playoffs.
No, but again, it would be that's 16. So it'd be 11. It'd be 10-7, or it'd be 11-6. 11 wins, I think, gets us in. Just want to throw that out there.
Let me tell you something.
Gets us in the playoffs.
We better hope and pray the Jets don't win Sunday. You better hope and pray.
What's going to give you what gives you the fact to think that they are?
Well, they're playing Detroit, even though Detroit likes to do shootouts, but they're playing Detroit.
Detroit is one of the hottest teams in the NFL right now. They've won 5 out of
You didn't say that 2 weeks ago. You get what I'm saying, man? This is when it becomes flip-floppers right now. You know what I mean? Like, you think I don't remember these things.
They're one of the hottest teams in the NFL. They won 5.
Now, after the fact, you guys were saying that 2 weeks ago.
I was saying it. I was saying, hey, man, don't sleep on this Detroit team. They're pretty good.
All I know is that we don't like to do scoreboard watching, and unfortunately, that's what we're doing once again with a genius coach and an MVP-style quarterback. I mean, this is so typical Miami, bro. But I love you, man. I just wanted to, give you a shout-out to the 10,000 subscriber mark. You deserve it, my man. And, yeah, man, it's gonna be fun hearing all the excuses today because I'm going to laugh my ass off.
Cap, I love you, brother. Be good, man.
Love you too, man. Y'all be safe out there, man. Love each other.
Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. This is Clock Blockers, Flip Floppers, whatever you want to call it. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. If you want to get on, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. You get on. I'm bringing everybody on today. It is Therapy Monday. We got a long show ahead of us, and I want everybody to say their piece and feel like they can come up here and say whatever they need to say. If you guys want to donate to the channel, anybody who donates today will be entered to win a Javon Holland autograph 8x11 photo, PSA certified certificate of authenticity. So make sure you guys go ahead and donate to the channel. Help it grow. All right. Let me bring on the next person, Mr. Alexander Rene Diaz. Hello, Alex. How are you, sir?
Steven, good morning, bro. How's everything going? Welcome back.
Rough day. It was a rough day for me to come back to, man. But I'm back. I'm here.
Yeah, man. Hope you had a great vacation in your family, bro.
I did.
And that's awesome, man. That's great to hear, bro. And ain't nothing like to have a vacation with the family. That's the best thing around, bro.
I agree. I don't disagray with you, man. Sorry. All right, Alex. You've had a lot to say in the chat.
So here's the thing. I said it. I said yesterday I wasn't going to come up on these panels. I was going to take a break from it, but I guess I went back on my word. So here's the thing. I cannot defend Tua for the past 2 weeks. I cannot defend him whatsoever. One thing about it is that these Tua haters are loving what they're seeing right now. They're absolutely loving it. They're getting drunk off of it right now. They're drinking it right now. They're loving it. They want to say all the negative things about it, and they're just loving it. But one thing is this: I don't want to hear no more about Boyer this, Boyer that. I'm done with that. Nobody should ever say that about Boyer again. Boyer.
All right, Alex. Sorry, level 2 noob. Level 2 noob. Send you home for 10 minutes. He said, come back in 10. He said, no, Alex. Tua is amazing takes right now. No, Alex. No, Tua is amazing takes right now. Come back in 10. Y'all are a trip. Oh, let me bring on a man who is alone in his thoughts, and he's just walking, and he's working out this morning, and you know him as Mr. Clanging and Banging himself, Bon Joe. What is up, brother?
Hola, Stevens. ¿Cómo estás?
¿Cómo estás? Muy bien.
I'm glad to hear that you and your family had a wonderful vacation.
We did. It was fun.
Congratulations on 10,000.
Appreciate it.
Fantastic job. Shout out to you. After the first loss, you came in for like 10 minutes. So appreciate that. That proves your hard work and dedication that you put on. It shows. That's why you got to 10,000. That's why we love you.
I
That's why we
appreciate
support
that,
you.
man. I appreciate you saying that too.
So shout out to you. Um, so on a positive note, Wilkins is a mother.
Yo,
Oh,
Wilkins.
he's a man.
Wilkins is a man.
He's a
He's a
man.
man.
OMG. Like Wilkins literally single-handedly kept us in that game.
Somebody made a really good tweet last night, and I don't know if it was Jason Sarney or Nikki Smokes, or it might have even been you. I don't know who it was, but somebody said, I don't know if there's ever been a time in the middle of a game where you can do a contract extension at halftime. But Christian Wilkins, they need to have the pen and the paper right there in the locker room at halftime to do the contract extension for him.
It's the first time I've seen somebody earn a contract in a half, at a half, in the middle of half, by halftime. Like, why has he not been extended yet?
He's a beast.
I'm upset with Greer that the fact that Christian Wilkins, when he came off and went into the locker room, that he wasn't signing a contract. That should have been a headline. Christian Wilkins signs extension at halftime.
Hey, look, and we all would have been like, "Yep, deserved. Yep,
I would not be mad at it because he played a remarkable. Phillips, he played remarkable as well.
Oh yeah, he's finally. Oh wow, Vonjo, had to let you go. Pete says, Vonjo, bye. Nobody cares about defense. It's Tua talk. Boy, yo. They out here today, boy. They out here. Man, you know it's hard out here for a Dolphins fan. Y'all are too much, man. I can't with y'all. All right, next person. Let me bring on Q. What's up, Q?
What's going on, Steven?
It's another
congrats
day.
Congrats on 10K.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Congrats. You've been trying to, hit that 10K mark, and you did it, man. You did it. You deserve it. You deserve everything, man.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much.
Oh, man. First off, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna say this, right? It's not because I can't defend Tua. I'm just not gonna defend because I'm not trying to get into that headache of a conversation this morning. Secondly, I'm gonna give all praises to the defense, despite what the facts are. Them being trash on the road, they did all they could, and they did enough. You can't ask any more from what they did. They limited the Chargers' offense to 20 points and, man, gave you plenty of opportunities to score. But I am going to call out some things. And the person who came earlier, Damien, was that his name?
Yep.
Damien. Yeah, he called it out. I was waiting for somebody to call it out. He called it out. Right. I'm not going to excuse Tua for his poor play, right? He did play, like trash. Any other adjective you want to put in there. And, bro, the Tua haters are loving it right now, right? The Tua haters are loving it. Enjoy it. Enjoy it for now, bro. Enjoy it. But I will blame coaching. Blame coaching. And I'll tell you why. Right? And sorry, Cat, but casuals don't know football. I'm not claiming to be, a professional, but I do know football. I'm not claiming to know X's and O's, but I know enough. And what I saw for the past 2 weeks, the Niners made a simple adjustment on defense. Very simple adjustment. And Damien, he alluded to that. And that was they dropped their linebackers. Mm-hmm. Warner talked about it too after the game, between the Niners and the Dolphins. He said that they didn't expect Miami to run the ball. All they did was drop their linebackers deep. and not Miami, but McDaniel was caught like he was like a deer caught in the headlights, right? Or at least I thought last week. But this week, it was clear to me that he was stubborn. He was a stubborn play caller. Because if you think about it, where does Miami's offense, where do they excel on the, in terms of passing? And that's that middle of the field, right? They attack that middle of the field like no one else. And that's what the Niners did. They just dropped the linebackers to take away that middle of the field. But my thing is, Steven, this is my thing. This team can beat you so many ways, bro. So many ways on different levels of the field. They can beat you horizontally. They can beat you vertically. And you still going to try to attack that middle of the field? First drive of the game, Steven. 3 plays. First drive, 3 plays passing, trying to attack that middle of the field. And it's become, when you try to attack that one thing on that one spot on the field, what does that make you, Steven?
I mean, it makes you vulnerable.
No, it makes you predictable. They know you want that field. That
flip side fishing. Q flip side fishing got you out for 10 minutes. He said, "Whoever is talking by." Boy, y'all are on some other stuff this morning. Man. All right. We're going to have to see. Ain't nobody safe this morning. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. All right, let me bring on the next person, the beautiful, the wonderful, the awesome Miss Pam. Hello, Pamela. How are you?
Hey, Steven. I'm okay. How about yourself?
Rough Monday, Pamela.
Yeah, I feel you. In fact, I wish I was coming on here to talk about the game, but you know that I have been streaming Miami Dolphin games for 7 years, over 7 years now. Okay. And I do that for free out of the goodness of my own heart. It has nothing to do with me. I don't need to be famous. I don't need anybody to know me. I don't care about that. I do it because there are some fans that, unless I do that, they can't get it, right? There's people that are work. There's people that are live in different countries, but there's also just people that, like to get together as a group. And, we're a family in there. So I got a guy in here, Steven, Mr. Artful Dodger, threatening my stream. So you know as well as I do, the NFL hunts you down. Yep. Yeah, bye, Andre, whatever. So they hunt you down and they will shut down your stream. So I keep my stream inside a group and ask people not to share it to be sure. But he absolutely threatened, and I got a picture of his comment. It was hidden. And he threatened
Pamela,
to see how it would go when my stream gets reported. Whatever, Pete.
I love you, Pamela. I'm going to address you. All right.
I want to know who he is.
All right. I will. I'm going to address you. They got you off. Okay. I love you. They said, see you in 10, Pam. He said, sorry, Pam, not sorry, but it's Tua talk, not drama talk. LOL. I will say this, Pamela, because you're in the back listening. Okay. Love you, Pam. Just so you know that. You know I love you. Miami kid. Can y'all hear me? Hope y'all can hear me. Internet's messing up here today. They're getting me. Okay. Anyways, I hope y'all can hear me. Let me let me say this before I get all right, there we go. Better. Pamela does her stream on a privately closed thing, and she does it because she wants people to see it. So if you don't be a hater, don't be that person. Don't be that guy or person. Don't do that. Not cool. Not cool. Okay? Pamela, I love you. Okay. Anyways, he says, I'm not really reporting her silly stream. Okay. Pam, I got your back, ma'am. All right. Who's next? William Perry. Good morning, William Perry.
My guy. How are you?
I'm trying to be good.
No, it's a rough day, brother. Rough day.
It's a rough day.
All the doom and gloom in the Miami Dolphins fandom. Ugh, it's bad. I don't even know what to say. Like, Tua looked bad. Looked bad. But a lot of drop passes. Boyer, I don't know why we can't get off the field on 3rd and long. I mean, it was almost a guarantee that every time that 3rd down came up, there's gonna be a big play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't understand it. I don't understand what's going on, or why we can't make adjustments, or why are we not throwing slants? You know what I'm saying? They had the middle bunched up. Why are we not throwing slants and dinking and dunking until we open up the middle? You know what I'm saying? Just get to the sticks. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's just unbelievable what it's not all this is not all on Tua though. It is a lot to do with Tua, but it's a lot to do with play calling. It's got a lot to do with design. It's got a lot to do with men being out. A lot of drop balls.
There was a lot of drop balls. Nobody's denying that.
I mean, on the first drive, was it two or three drop balls? You know what I'm saying? It's just not bad. How was your vacation though?
My vacation was really good, man. I got to spend a lot of time with the family, and it was one of those moments that I will last forever. It was great. I had a great time.
Was it a Disney cruise?
It was a Disney cruise, man. We
Oh
saw
my
Mickey and
goodness.
Minnie and Goofy, and we stayed up till 1 a.m. and we watched Disney movies on the ship, and we saw plays, and we saw all it. It was good stuff, man. I ate a lot of food. It was so fun. My 8 and 6-year-old just had a blast. It was one of the coolest things I've ever done with my kids. Loved it.
Well, good. I'm sorry, I might be breaking up coming through this bad spot, but let's hope that we can get better in Buffalo, because what we saw today 2 weeks ago, we would have destroyed Buffalo. If we don't do anything, we have to do something at this point. Something has to change because we've become predictable.
Well, I mean, I think there's some truth in that. But I will also say that after the bye week, we have changed. Like, something is different after the bye week. I don't know what it is.
Where is Waddle? Where's Waddle at? Like, he's become Gesicki. Why can't Gesicki jump in all of a sudden? Why can't he just jump? Like, earlier this season, this dude was jumping 7 feet in the air, and now he can't jump 20 inches off the ground. It's impossible. It's the whole team looks different right now, and it's not just Tua, it's everybody. Tyreek even looks a little bit different, even though he scored twice. Everything seems weird right now. But what did I say about this national narrative once we started winning, so much, that everything was going to shift? The whole entire panel for Saturday or Sunday night football was all picking the Dolphins because they all know exactly.
Let me tell you, when I saw that, by the way, it scared
I
me.
knew we were going to
I was like, man, it don't
not
work
one
that
person
well
picking.
normally when that happens. But I was
As
also,
soon as I saw it,
but I was also in the side of my mind saying, man, hey, look, finally we're getting some respect. And rightfully so. And we didn't and that's honestly, that's what hurts even more for me as a Dolphins fan, right? Like, I feel as though the Miami Dolphins are making this next step and are making strides to become this one of the best teams in the NFL. And when they play like they played the last 2 weeks, it just makes me it makes me recollect or go back to the mediocrity that has been the Miami Dolphins for the last 25 years. And I don't think that's fair to this team, but I also think as a Dolphins fan, it's like, oh my God, we're back. Like this is ridiculous. But I want to state for the record that we're moving forward. We're getting better. And I think that is, as a team, as a whole, the last 2 weeks don't show that. But I think that this franchise is on the turnaround, and I want to see where we go the last 4 weeks of the year. And I think if we win 3 out of the last 4 weeks of the year, we make the playoffs. And again, the goal was to win a playoff game this year. We win a playoff game, the Dolphins are exactly where they need to be at. And that's still the case. And we're still in line to do that.
I just don't. The thing that irks me the most is that there's no adjustment. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna just keep trying it over and over and over and over again, and I'm like, wait, this isn't working right here. There was something else I was gonna say, but like I had a brain fart for a second. Let's also say, where's Eric Izukama? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is he's a big body receiver. We needed a big body receiver out there.
Yeah.
No, you know what I'm saying?
Either. Yeah.
Yeah, Noah hasn't played. I mean, it's just where are these guys that we need in these key situations? Maybe they dial up Izukama this week.
The Eric Izukama thing's been very interesting to see because, I was very excited about him. I was gung-ho about him. And, just hasn't dressed. He's been a healthy scratch from what we know of the last several weeks. And
the only thing that I had inside information on was whenever I asked about Eric, and they said they were just waiting for him to put more weight on to play that Deebo Samuel role.
Well, I mean, I don't know, but it's interesting to see. All right, William, anything else I can do for you, my man?
No, I'm out. Oh, I'll be the 27th at Live, and then I will be doing something in North Florida in January as well. So I'll be at for Brick and Spoon and something else, a lunchbox comedy, a couple other things like that. So y'all will be seeing some posts from me soon about it.
Love you, William Perry. The
Ice Tray.
You're the man, brother.
See you soon, brother.
All right, man. Bye-bye. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Hit the like button, donate to the channel, help the channel grow. All right, let me bring on somebody who was in a timeout and is back out of the timeout. Bon Joe, finish what you were saying, good sir.
Before I do that, I'm going to say I'm probably going to get kicked out again, but clearly Pete pre-ejaculates on a regular basis.
What in the world? What?
Exactly. Because I was getting to Tua, but he just want to jump the gun. Jiminy crickets, man.
Where is?
So,
okay.
As I was saying, now I'm gonna get straight to the dessert because everybody wants that. Everybody keep blaming. I'm sick and tired of hearing about Boyer. Again, the defense did their job. All right. They've left us in the game after the offense kept leaving them out there to dry for 2 games in a row. Secondly, McDaniel told you. Everybody's blaming coaching. McDaniel told you, hey, in the beginning of the season, and we all said this, and we loved him for it. He went through 700 plays with Tua, right? And he picked and chose the ones that he could do best and that he's best at, and he's more comfortable with. Correct. You following me?
Yep.
Now follow me down this dark road. Maybe our offense looks limited because our QB is limited. Nobody's thinking about that. Maybe that's just what it is, where, again, all they're doing is dropping their linebackers, taking away that intermediate and saying, all right, Tua, if you're that guy, beat us on the outside. That's literally all they're saying. Beat us on the outside. If you're gonna connect the pass, it's gonna be on the outside the hash marks. And he's not doing it. He's nutting up.
I mean,
point blank. That's all that's going on. Literally, that's all that happened, Steven. That's it.
So in your opinion, the limitation of Tua is that Tua is a limited quarterback.
Yes, it could be it. I'm not saying that is it, but again, that could be it. And I'm just putting two and two together here. I'm just connecting dots. McDaniel said I had 700 plays. I sat down with Tua and went through all of them with him. And these are the ones that he can really execute the best. He's more comfortable with, and he likes the best.
Flipside Fishing says huge facts, Vonjo. Huge facts.
So again, this could be our offense. This could be the limitation of our quarterback.
Okay.
Where they say, hey, if you're gonna beat us, hey. And the thing is, I sat there, and everybody keeps saying, I just sit there and say congratulations to Herbert and that arm, because again, that arm talent is amazing. Because that pass that he hold on, real quick, hold on. The arm talent is not amazing, Steven?
He threw for 367 yards. Great. Yeah. But what did he do in the red zone? Nothing.
They did not run one in.
He didn't do
and
nothing.
Then he threw one in again. So not doing anything is literally scrambling to the right and literally launching it.
Maybe Vonjo, I've said that all year, you casual. Tell him, Steven, bye. And Pete said Tua is limited all year for 3 years. Bye. It took Vonjo 3 years to find out his limitations. Oh, my goodness. All right, where's my man, Christolakis? What's up, Christolakis?
Yo, what's up, Steven? Listen, I got like 2 seconds before Pete sends $10 donation to kick me out of this, so I'm going to go really quickly. Listen, This fan base has a lot of weak-ass fans in it, and they got to nut up or shut the hell up and go find a new team, because if you think that Tua was the actual problem yesterday, then you weren't watching the game. Those receivers were getting locked down by the defenders. That was a McDaniel problem, and anyone with eyes could have told you that. So if you want to go kill somebody for this, you can go kill McDaniel for this game. But honest to God,
He said 2 seconds too long. Got him. God, boy, y'all quick. Y'all are quick with the trigger. Bang, bang. I wanted to hear what Christolakis had to say. I like Christolakis. Man. Out here just moving it. All right, let's see here. Who else? Who I got next? Who is anybody? All right, hold on. 11:05. All right, you got 4 more minutes. All right. Let me bring in, who is the Flying Monkeys?
Well, you know none other than the man himself.
Lord, please.
Because the Flying Monkeys have come out right now to destroy the Miami Dolphins, and we ain't even making it to Oz, the Emerald City, if we think we're gonna come there with this performance. Poppy seeds smothered our freaking offense. We stoned out. And to blame this on coaching, I think, is a little asinine, because first of all, it's the coach's job to find out the weakness of the opponent. San Diego had freaking how many players out on defense? I can't even count no more. They was ranked 26, and immediately Mike McDaniel called a long passing play on the very first play of the game, which means he was attempting to go at their freaking weakness. It's not Mike McDaniel's fault. He called the right game plan to try to at least attack their weakness. This was not on McDaniel, folks. This is on the offensive performance of our quarterback and everybody else on this offense. Our offense scored basically 3 points. We had a fluke fumble recovery for 50-yard touchdown, and we had a defensive back tripped over his own feet. They accounted for the other points. We only truly produced the 3 points from an offensive standpoint yesterday. This was atrocious.
So
he tried to call, Mike McDaniel tried and attempted to call a game that attacked their weakness, which means he threw the ball, which means he tried to attack their weakness. He saw the injury report of the freaking Chargers. He knew what they had on defense, and he tried to attack it. That, to me, told me he was tuned in when he called the freaking long bomb on the first play of the game. So I don't want to hear that it's McDaniel's fault. This was on Tua.
I don't disagree with the Tua part. But he's been calling first, like I want to say like 6 games this year, the first play are long bombs.
Yeah, because you want to know what kind of defense we was up against, Steven? Weak passing defenses. It's the coach's job to attack the opponent's weakness.
Mm-hmm.
He saw that injury report. It was deep as the freaking Nile River. And as long as the Nile River. So he tried. He knew what San Diego was putting out there, 3 rookies in the secondary and all this other stuff. And the first 3 plays, he attacked all 3 of those people that was in replacement for the Chargers. That was a quick 3 and out. It's not McDaniel's fault the freaking quarterback didn't put the ball on target, or the receivers couldn't get their hands on the football and San Diego played great defense. He called the right game. This was on the offense. We produced 3 points on offense yesterday, Steven. And in the last 8 quarters, 20 total points.
Why do you think Tua has been, I don't want to use any sort of adjective he's not been good the last 2.5 weeks. What are your thoughts about that?
It's a combination of a lot of things. I think this is a copycat league, number one, and teams do watch film. It's of the opponent. So the later and deeper in the season we get, Steven, the more you putting out there. It's no hiding the football type thing. We're just saving things for the playoffs and all this other stuff. First, we got to get to the playoffs. So this whole nonsense that we're saving things for the playoffs is crap.
Says, Crypto, I'm about to crucify you when I get off this plane. $2 donation.
Crucify me, did. but guess what? That it's mainly the coaching, man.
Miami Kid Jay says, bring Pam on again and let's talk football. Let's not blame the refs, please.
The refs.
Are you
said something about the refs?
Are you kicking off Crypto? I don't know if you're kicking off Crypto.
I never said nothing about no refs. Who said anything about refs
I didn't think you
today?
said I was just making sure.
Oh, I didn't say that. Nobody. I don't think anybody actually said nothing about the refs. To be honest with you. But yeah,
my goodness.
I think that more so these last 2.5, including the second half of the Houston game, has been pretty much people have schemed to try to do that, to take away the middle of the field and force us to be a strictly boundary team with our wide receivers. And then if it's in tight coverage, you got to be that more accurate, and it's just not there. The ball placement is just totally way off.
Yeah,
you know, that's the whole thing. It's a combination of a lot of things. Defensive coordinators waking up, and our quarterback pretty much letting that snowball become an avalanche. And Steven, we're running out of shovels. We ain't going to be able to dig ourselves out if this keeps up.
Do you think Miami makes the playoffs?
Not playing like this, but if we chain it around, yes. I think we still got potential on paper to make the playoffs, but based on these performances the last 2 weeks, if we repeat them, no, we're not.
And what do you think?
I wouldn't want to make the playoffs going into playing like this because we're going to get destroyed and embarrassed.
What do you think is going to happen in Buffalo on Saturday night in the snow, mind you?
I think the similar is probably going to happen because of the conditions. Going to make even more of a sloppy game.
Mm-hmm.
If we try to force the issue. I just think in a snow game like that, you're talking about a lot of turnovers now. Now, both teams are capable of turning it over, don't get me wrong, but one team is more accustomed than the other than doing that. So I figure it's going to be even more ugly and more sloppy on our offense to try to produce. We got maybe, 2 more games at home? That's it. That's it for our good weather games. 2 on the road, 2 at home. So I say hunker down and get ready for the Green Bay game because this next one's going to be a doozy.
Hey, look, man, if you're in South Florida, Vasasor is going to be the place to watch the game. Come see me and Dolph Freaky Saturday night. We're going to hang out. We're going to have a huge watch party over at Vasasor. Come out and watch it. Be fun. All right.
And another thing, Stephen, I was going to say this before we go, Stephen. We can't keep getting into this habit of saying, oh, this is what the upcoming opponent did in this week's game, so this is how this game going to translate. We did that with the 49ers leading up to the 49ers game. Oh, the 49ers are playing bad against the Saints, so that automatically translate that we're going to do good against the 49ers. We said that about this week's game, how the Chargers was playing against the Raiders. Oh, that automatically means we're going to dominate the Chargers because they played bad against the Raiders. Don't fall victim because Buffalo had a semi-sloppy game against a good Jets defense that is automatically going to translate for good news for us. We all know how that story ended each and every week. We did that leading up into these games. So the Dolphins fans better not fall for that okie doke because the Jets played good defense against the Bills just last week, thinking we're going to come in and play the same. It don't work out that way because we did it for the last 2 weeks on our opponents leading up into that game based on how they played that previous week. We can't do that. I'm just saying caution now. We can't go making that same mistake leading into this week.
It'll be interesting to see. All right, Crypto, no hot dogs for you.
It's now 52 hot dogs now.
It's not though, Crypto. You can't put interest on hot dogs.
Interest and inflation.
That's not a thing on hot dogs.
Everybody on the panel gets at least 2.5 hot dogs.
You're not falling for the banana in the tailpipe thing, are you?
No.
I love you, brother. Be good, man.
Congrats on 10K and then your vacation, man.
I appreciate it, man. It's exciting things around here at Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Love you, brother.
Love you too, man.
All right. It's Therapy Monday. It's Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. It's Clock Blockers right here on the #1 Miami Fan Morning Show. We still got a whole bunch of people in the back, man. They out here, cuz. They out here. All right. So I had some people in timeout. I need to allow them to come back from timeout. But I have a lot of people, like I got Carlitos Way in the background, Solo Boy Zoe, Big Philly, Sharif, Mark from Bill's Mafia is out here in the back. He's actually here. He said Steven had any interest in people's opinion, he would ban the $10 ban to kick off and let people talk football. It's just a money grab for the channel. Mark out here hating on me, cuz. I should bring Mark up here next, shouldn't I? You know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring Mark up here next, okay? You want to talk all this.
Hey, thank you, Steven.
You're going down this weekend, man. You're going to lose.
Yeah, I'm really worried about it.
You should be.
First of all, I want to go ahead and congratulate you for extending your vacation yesterday because you got to see Goofy on the field playing quarterback.
Oh my goodness! No, you are not up here about to come up here and talk trash. I know you.
No, actually, what I'm going to come in and talk about is something I've talked about all through the offseason, and the fact that the Dolphin team has been just completely ruined this year. Well, first of all, the injuries have really, really hurt. The secondary injuries have really had an impact on the team. So let's be truthful about it. But really, in all honesty, this really comes down to the failure.
All right. Level 2 Doob said, F out of here with that Muffet. Anyways, you got to come up out here and talk trash to me. That ain't going to happen. My Dolphins fans got my back, guy. Ain't that right, Carlitos Way?
What's happening, man?
What's happening, guys?
I'm good, man. Everybody's here like, we're going on a funeral, man. It's all right. Still got games left. You know?
Man, I don't know about you, but I ain't mad. I ain't mad, bro. Like, I'm upset, but I ain't mad. Like, we gonna make the playoffs, man. I still feel we gonna make the playoffs. We still gonna win a playoff game, and we still gonna be on the right track for where this team needs to be heading in the future. That's all I know.
These are just bumps, man. You got to learn from the bumps and get better from it. That's it, man.
That's right.
It, you know. That's how I feel, man. I feel like the last 2 weeks it's been a little bumpy. You know, we're used to like the smooth sailing. You know what I'm saying? Like everything's gonna be smooth, everything's gonna be gravy, but not everything's gravy all the time. Sometimes you got to learn from some things that you're doing, and I think both Tua and McDaniel have to learn from these things and get back to the lab and really focus, man. Really focus and lock in, because they're not locked in right now, both of them. You know, so I just think it's something to learn from, and we'll get better, as the year goes along. I feel like this last game, I think that we didn't attack them where they were, susceptible at and weak at, which was the running game. They were giving up like 155 yards the last 5 games, and we didn't. That was the first game plan. I thought we were going to attack. Run the ball, run the ball, run the ball, and then come off the play action, and then those linebackers will have to sneak in because we're running the ball, and then that middle of the field that Tua, is so well at will be open, But I don't think teams are respecting our run game. They want us to run the ball because they don't think we can run, and they're really scared of our, Tyreek Hill and Waddle getting deep. So they're like, daring us to run, but we don't take the bait, and especially with a team like the Chargers that were really bad at running defense. Coming into the game, we didn't take advantage of that, and that it was a domino effect. And they're pretty good. They're like average on the defense when it comes to pass defense. And when we're just passing the ball, it's one dimensional, and anybody can predict that if you're just one dimensional.
Yeah, 100%. I feel look, I'm not going to say that that the play calling doesn't get any, the coaching doesn't get any part of the finger pointing and the blame for this. I'm not saying that they don't, but I'm also going to sit here and say that but I don't want to hear this. Oh, Carlitos, where they got you off, Carlitos. He said, but I don't want to hear this nonsense. Ain't nobody safe this morning. Ain't nobody safe. They out here, cuz. Christolakis, they out here this morning. Christolakis, where you at? Hello? Christolakis, where'd you go? Did you leave? You're not here. I can't hear you. Come out and come back in. They out here today, Vonjo.
First of all, Pete clearly parents didn't love him enough or hug him enough, because I don't get it. I'm saying something that you agree with, and you still time somebody out because you feel like I'm not saying I just came to this realization. I'm just saying that's a possible. Again, his parents clearly didn't hug him enough, and clearly he needs a therapy more than anybody else. 2, new rule on Therapy Monday. I don't think we should have opposing fan bases, especially if they're gonna be Muppets like Mark. I just think that should be fair enough.
He called me out. I had to.
If he wants to call you out, he could go do it on somebody else's channel, like a Bill's channel. Oh, guess what? They don't have these, do they? These $2. Boy, I swear to God, man.
Hey, who yeah, it was. Well, Christolakis, yeah, it wasn't 10 minutes. It only been 5. But he didn't say nothing. So he's still gone for 5 more minutes.
2.
I was ready to bring Christolakis back on real quick.
No, he don't need to bling on, because that dude forever want to sit here and try to call out his own fan base because we're upset. Because we're not gonna sit here and glorify Tua while him and his Tua near sit there and get off on Tua highlights and give each other reach arounds after they spit in each other's hand. What? Man, he needs to get the F out of here with that ish.
You're being you are on some other stuff this morning, man.
Listen, I am not cursing. I am well within the swear.
You are not cursing. You are definitely pushing that limit, though.
Oh yeah, I don't give. Again, he's gonna sit there and say, "Oh, go find another team." No, you go find another team. You know what? You'll probably find the next team to go to. How about that?
Hey man. Look.
Since we can't, that's the one person we cannot critique on this team. Yes, again, I'm gonna say it. Maybe his offense looked this way because of his limitations.
Bonjo, you just got out of the gym, didn't you?
I've been out of the gym for a while. I went to go see my mom, and now I'm going to go pick up my kid.
Are you still
No,
not
I'm not.
calm down?
No, I'm not calm because again, we have $2 Muppets on this fan base. Jiminy Crickets, man. So again, as I was saying, that pass that Herbert threw past Kohu, right? So during the offseason, I saw him do that same thing during a practice. And me and Lewis was talking about this. And where's the homie anyway? But okay. Me and him, who's the DB number 7 for Dallas? Because I think that's who they had the preseason with. And literally his head was turned, his back was turned to Herbert, guarding the receiver like this, and literally the ball went right past his helmet, touchdown. And that was in practice. And I was like, the fact that he's doing that is showing that okay, he's again, you practice how you play, right?
Yep.
And he did it in the game to us, where literally our DB was right there, perfect positioning. He had a little keyhole to throw it to, and he found that keyhole. He threaded that needle. What could you do as a DB after that? But sit there and just hold your hands up and say, hey, he got me. Nice pass.
Well, I said that earlier. I said there was the play that Cater got beat, and it was perfect defense. And I was like, you can't, there's no other way to play that. That was just
the person getting beat is X. He got beaten like a drum.
So my wife has been saying for like weeks now, she's like, X is not the same. He's been getting beat for weeks.
I don't want to hear about injury. I don't want to hear about injury. Because even Sam Madison sat there and told you guys, and for some reason, people don't even listen to the coaches. X is not injured. He is fully healthy. He is 100% healthy. X is just fine. It's a confidence issue. Well, his confidence didn't get any better last night. Because again, one-on-one.
Is it a confidence issue? I don't think
That's what Madison said. Am I not supposed to believe in Madison, the guy that coaches him?
I mean, not that. No.
Okay, then, because again, it'll be easier to cop out. It's an easier cop out saying it's injury for Madison. But again, confidence issue, that's a whole other thing. Because again, his confidence doesn't get any better when Herbert sits there, scrambles to his right, and launches it across the other side of the field. And you get beat one-on-one because you're toast. I didn't know if it was X or if it was Iggy back then. I really didn't know.
If he learned to turn around for the ball, he might lead the league in interceptions.
So you're saying Cater and okay, that sounds like an Iggy issue also. But again, it's not just turning its head around. Again, you got to find a receiver, and the ball just got there. It literally whizzed by his helmet. What more do you want from me?
Downside corners hit 30, they go downhill. Look at Revis.
Hey man, listen. X is marking the spot for them because they are targeting him. They're like, oh, we could go for him. Hollins. Actually, I didn't hear much from Javon Hollins last night either.
It'll be interesting. All right. Anything else? I got a lot of people in the back room. I wanted to make sure you got on.
Yeah, you can bring them on. I'll be in the back if you ever. Are you gonna have a big panel or?
I don't know yet. I don't know
because okay. Again, let's stop blaming the coaching. Because at the end of the day, execution is all execution. You got to execute. And sometimes the coach gives you a game plan and it's based on what he has to work with.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. What do you think we're going to do Saturday night, by the way?
I don't know. 8-6 looks very like my guy.
Here's the thing. Are you coming? Are you coming?
No. I have to get ready. I'm flying out on Sunday.
Always doing stuff. We're not good.
Hey, I got a whole family to have to take care of. I know you're not talking, mister. I'm going on a Disney cruise.
Hey, look, man. We had a good time.
So, but this is why I'm not so comfortable about it. Is because one, I don't know the injury report on Tyreek Hill because he kept coming in and out of the game. So something's wrong with him. It could be a high ankle sprain. It could be a shin.
Night, here's what I think: there will be no Jeff Wilson. I believe. I believe Tyreek's going to be very limited. Jalen's going to be limited. I'll even go into this. Last night, Teron Armstead did not look good last night.
Again, pushing and pressing and moving. Listen, that's hard on the pecs, man.
Yeah, so
he's working. He has an arm sling to
he played
limit.
horrible, but he didn't play great, and he didn't play good.
He didn't.
So
No, he didn't look like himself.
He did not look like himself. I think it's going
to be cold.
It's going to be a very nobody wants to talk about Teron Armstead getting bullied last night. He got bullied. I think it's going to be a very tough game. I'm not saying we can't win, but we can't do what we've done the last couple of weeks, I don't think we can win the traditional way we won games this year.
So shout out to DTA because DTA sent me showed us in the tweet that Teron Armstead, when the injury first happened, he said he couldn't even lift his arm. He had no power in his arm. Right?
Yeah.
So 2 weeks removing, he said he's gonna try to play in this arm sling that limits movement, I guess. That's supposed to help him. But again, if you don't have that 100% power in that pec, in your arm, you look like that. You get beaten like a drum. You're just getting in the way.
It'll be interesting to say the least.
And if you saw how these linebackers been playing us with San Fran, with the Chargers, and Steven, you and I was in the house. We know Buffalo got some linebackers. You know the athletic linebackers could drop. And I think their safeties are back, except off of one. But again, the linebackers has been our Achilles heel for the past 2 games. And we know Buffalo got some linebackers, my guy. We've seen them live and in person. They get busy. So that's why I don't feel good about the Buffalo game.
It will definitely be a very interesting thing, nonetheless. All right. Let me put you in the back room. Stay here. I might do a mini panel at the end. But there's a couple people that still haven't gone that are in the back room. If you want to get in where you fit in, go ahead and the link is pinned to the top of the page. Get up here. I want to hear from you. Next up, my man from the Bahamas, where I was at. Sharif. I was there, man. I was in the Bahamas. We didn't get off the ship, though. Sharif, you got to hit the button. The button, Sharif. The mute button. Sharif going once. Sharif going twice. Okay. All right, Sharif. All right, it is over 10 minutes now. Let me see if he's back here. Kristalakis, are you back? Are you back here, Kristalakis? It's been over 10 minutes now. Hello? 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 All right. I guess y'all don't want to. What? It was. Let me drop the link again for y'all. Get up here. Get up here. There we go. Steven, what do you think about that Phillips call? Was that about that sack? Was that not let me tell you something. When that sack happened, I was so excited. Was crazy excited for it. When I saw that call, bruh, I was so pissed. I've never been that pissed in my entire life at a referee. How do you call that roughing the passer? Was the worst. It was the worst. Absolutely horrible. Was not a fan of it in any way, shape, or form. Think the NFL needs to reevaluate how they detail what roughing the passer is. And I would even go into they need to allow it to be a reviewable play. Because that's BS. There was no way in shape or form that was a roughing the passer call. That took an additional 3 minutes off the clock. They didn't do anything, but it took an additional 3 minutes off the clock. We could have used that 3 minutes, especially at the end of the game. So that roughing the passer call hurt the outcome of the game, as far as I'm concerned. It played an effect on it. It was a crap. I mean, it was horrible. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. And the worst part about it was everybody on Twitter that I was watching agreed. Even non-Dolphins fans. That's a horrible call. I mean, it was bad. It was a bad call. And for the record, last night the referees were bad. They were making some bad calls on both sides, just straight garbage calls. No other way to put it than that. No other way to put it than that. All right, Sharif, what's up, buddy? You got to take yourself off mute, Sharif. Hello?
How you doing, man? First of all, congratulations to the... Now? How about now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, buddy?
How about now?
I can hear you.
I'm great, man. Listen, congratulations on the milestone 10,000.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm great, man. And once again, congratulations. You can hear me now?
Yes, I can.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so I just wanted to get into a couple of things. I think there's an internet delay. So one thing, I said it preseason last year. If Tua had learned anything from Fitzmagic is that you scramble. And I said he needed 400 yards, which is like 20 yards a game rushing. It's nothing that's going to break his body down, but he needs to extend drives. We saw Fitzmagic lay on his ass, and get pummeled, but the flag 25 yards added on to a slide. If Tua had learned that would stop the 3 and outs. You would be fighting for yardage as opposed to, I can't see a window, I can't see a second window, so I'm going to just throw this ball away. You have to do things in spite of Armstead. You have to do things in spite of the structure breaking down around you, which means you will have to rush for 400 yards. And people will, he can't do it, his ribs, they will crack his head, he will get distant. You have to do what you need to do. If you cannot process a second or third window, you then need to win games by your feet. And I said this last year, and I said it this year, and people crucified me for his health. But all I will say is, Steven, everything with Tua's lacking is going to have to rely on his feet if he can't get out of his own way. And I'm going to continue to say it. Despite of what's going on around you, structure breaking down around you, you're going to have to show the fan base that you can exceed not seeing in your third window and then run. If you can't do it, we've seen it. 3 for 14 in the first half. So that's just my take. Win in spite of the structure breaking down around you. And that's what fans will announce you as a franchise quarterback. But I know people want to get in and look, guys. It's nothing wrong with saying, let me get my piece, and I know other people want to get in. I mean, you're sitting up here and you're taking them out. People want a therapy today. So I'm getting out because I know people want to get in. Thanks, Steven.
I love you, brother. Be good, man. All right, Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Von Joe's in the back falling asleep. I don't know why. I don't know why he would do that. I have no idea why Von Joe would fall asleep. But speaking of early morning shows and waking up with your eyes bright and bushy-tailed, the legendary, the one and only, the beautiful, the wonderful Miss Fins. Ladies and gentlemen, what is up, Miss Fins?
Good morning, Steven. Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I just wanted to come here, honestly, to say congratulations, man, on 10,000. What an achievement. I know you've been waiting for a very long time. You've made a lot of push this last month to get it. And I just want to say congratulations because you and I talked about this a few months ago. You know, how the difference between how much has been since you took over and you've really put a lot of work. If people really knew what Steven does in and out, I mean, it's too much. It's a full-time job, guys. It really is at this point. And you're putting in the work and it's showing. And the fact that you got to 10,000. I mean, that's phenomenal. And honestly, as far as I'm concerned, you know, you have won right now. You've won the hearts of the Miami Dolphins fan base, and that's why you were able to get to 10,000. So congratulations, because you absolutely deserve it. And this is just the first step. You're definitely gonna get to 15, 20, 30, and so on. So definitely congratulations. I just wanted to show my support, my appreciation, because you've been there for me, and I appreciate it, and you've been awesome. So thank you for being great and just having great content as a fan. Honestly, congratulations, Steven.
No, I appreciate that. That means a lot coming from you. I was really excited when you started doing your show. I think, you know, the content creators here on YouTube, I think we're a very tight-knit, good community. At least most of us are, not all of us, but most of us are for the most part. And you know, we stick together. And I love what you're doing over there on your channel, and you're doing big things. And I appreciate that coming from you. It means a lot. Thank you.
No, of course, of course. And everybody, if you haven't done so already, check out the channel. Please subscribe to Miami Sports Music. Follow him on Instagram, on Twitter. Subscribe here on YouTube. Now we got to get him to 10,000. I mean, 15,000. Sorry. We got to get Miami Sports Music to 15,000. So let's everybody help out the channel, subscribe, share, because you're going to continue to get great content. And what you're doing with your lineup, I mean, it's amazing. It's incredible. I mean, just keep at it, because I know it's a lot of work, but you keep adding to the community. This is what we want. You know, we don't get to hear a lot from the mainstream media about the Dolphins, and now we finally are getting that. You know, between you and Dudley and PD and Reese and all the other people, every Dolphins content creator. You know, everybody there's somebody for everybody, and that's what I love.
There is definitely somebody for everybody. I try to tell people that all the time. Yeah, I try to tell people that all the time. So,
exactly. Well, thank you for having me.
Let's talk a little football real quick. What are your thoughts about the game? What did you think?
I mean, I kind of talked about it this morning. As far as this game, I'm just more disappointed than anything else. I will not give this L to the defense. To me, they outplayed themselves when we're averaging over 32 points given up every single away game to only allowing 23 points. I mean, they outplayed themselves. Could we have done better in defense? Absolutely. Were there plays to be made? Of course. That's every game. But the fact that you had a 12-point differential between what you normally give to now to a offense that had every weapon back, and you have Herbert, no, they did their job. In my opinion, defense did their job. They could have obviously done better, like everybody knows this. But as far as the team itself, I'm not gonna give this on the defense. Offense needs to step up, and offense starts at the very top with the head coach. You know, McDaniel needs to make his adjustments, and I don't think that the adjustments were there to be made. They were there to be made. They weren't made. But ultimately, it's on the execution. There's only so much McDaniel can do. Yeah, I can put out a game plan, but if the players aren't executing,
do you blame Tua at all?
Absolutely, he's the QB. He touches the ball the most. He has to take responsibility for this loss. The plays were there to be made, and he didn't. And unfortunately, he needs to learn from this, get out of his head, because he looks lost and scared, and I don't know why. I still don't understand why he's looking lost and scared, but he needs to learn from this, grow, and be better in the next game, because the next game, we have 3 divisional games, guys. Like, the division is still wide open. Yeah, we made it even harder. Are we gonna win it? Probably not because of where being down the way that we have. But it's still there. It's still up for the grabs. The players are still there, still up for the grabs. So the season's not over. But Tua needs to take responsibility for this game because you can't go 25 yards in the first half. You cannot do that. You can't. Like that's unacceptable. I don't care what you do in the second half. You can't go 25 yards. And I heard people saying, drop balls here and there. It's like ball placement, people. You have to take a look at ball placement. If the placement was there, a lot of these balls that they were batted down because of the defense. If they were better placed, it would have given an opportunity for our wide receivers to make and catch those balls. But Tua has to take responsibility, and I hope that the fan base overall understands that because we're saying this, doesn't nobody wants to see the team fail. Because if Tua fails, we fail. But we have to also acknowledge that he needs to take responsibility. A lot is on Tua. This game and last game.
I agree with that. I feel like, number one, Tua gives this chance the best team to win. 150%. Like there's no argument with that. I don't want to hear about Skylar. I don't want to hear about Teddy. Tua gives us the best chance to win football games.
He's the best quarterback we have.
Tua, and to the conversation at hand, Tua, for the most part this year, has played out of his mind. Now, the last 2.5 weeks, I've scratched my head because this is a Tua. This Tua is the Tua that I've seen the first couple of years. It's not the Tua that I've seen the last few years. This is the Tua that most people that are the quote unquote Tua haters or the Tua, I don't know the other word.
Detractors?
Yes, detractors.
Or this is not the overly Tua fan people.
No, but I think there's a lot of things that you look. Is it 100% onto it? No. Am I going to put a majority of blame on him though? Yes. For the last 2 games, I will, because I feel like if we had better games, we win both these games. 100%.
Oh, we blow them out. We blow out the Chargers and we blow out the Niners, in my opinion.
If
Tua plays how he has been playing out of his mind, we blow them out.
Yeah.
Both of them.
And
Absolutely.
I don't know if I'll use the word blowout, but I'll say that we win both those games. And not only do we win them, it also puts it puts an exclamation point onto the league of, hey, the Dolphins are here. And so that's what it bothers me on many different levels, because number one, I knew after the loss last night, I sat there kind of without, doing anything. And I was like, daggone it. I got to hear all this week from the Tua haters. Not that I feel one way or another from them, but the fact of I just want to get past that as a franchise. I want to get past that conversation. And we're not there. And we're not anywhere close to being away, coming away from that conversation. And that sucks, because I want to be able to wake up every morning and say, look, I'm a Dolphins fan. Our quarterback's going to help us get us to the playoffs. And we've taken that next step as a franchise. I feel like we're on the cusp of that. And every time we try to get over that hump, something happens, right? The Cincinnati game. Let's rewind a little bit. We go to the Cincinnati game. I'm stoked for Thursday night football. I am ready to show the world that Tua has come out of his shell and is showing the world what we are about to do. And that's take over the world. Tua comes out. He has a subpar first half, not a great one, and then gets knocked out at the second half, right? And so we're like, daggone it. Frustration, right? Then we lose the next 2. We lose to Minnesota. We lose to the Jets. Those are tough games. We're like, what is going on? This is ridiculous. It just sucks, right? Like there's no other way I don't have a better term. I don't have a better vocabulary other than to say
it's frustrating.
It's frustrating, right?
It's disappointing. It is disappointing.
And so then Tua comes back and we go on to this 5-game win streak. And those first 4 games, starting with the Pittsburgh game, right? We're like, oh, wow, we're starting to see some things. And then all the way up until the halftime game of Houston. And even, by the way, that first half, I'll say up until the bye week. Up until the bye week, we're like, he's getting better. He's getting better. He's putting up some. Okay, we're doing this here. This is what we need to do. And then we go into that. Then we go into our bye week. We go into our bye week and we say, okay, hey, look, our bye week's here. We got a chance to kind of, deal with any injuries that we might have to deal with. Let's go ahead and deal with that, right? And so what happens at that point is he comes out after the bye week in the Houston game. We're like, oh, Tua's off a little bit. We both said it. Oh, he's a little off, but we still put up 30 points. We put up 30 points in that half, right? Teron Armstead gets hurt. All of a sudden, those last two drives were like, daggone it, we couldn't, that sucks. We couldn't just quite put that exclamation point down. The one thing that I've been very frustrated about is we have not put 4 quarters together in a single game the entire year.
Yeah.
And that's been frustrating as all hell. So now we go into the West Coast. We come off a 5-game win streak. We have it. We say, okay, we just need to win 2 out of 3. And if we lose one, as long as it's not a blowout, it's whatever. We go to San Fran. We drop the ball. Tua's off. And we all kind of chalk it up to Tua's off. Tua's allowed to have a bad game. Tua's allowed to do this. Let's come back against the Chargers and let's show us what we're really about. Tua goes out and drops an egg again in the first half. 25 yards. And just he looks bad. Like, there's no other way to put it. He looks bad. We had a chance to win the game last night. We didn't make it happen. Right? And so there's a lot of things we can point to, but I will point the finger at Tua for the last 2 weeks, in my opinion. I will point it at him. I love the guy. I think he's the guy I want to, go into with the future. I think he's had a couple of bad games. But what sucks as a Dolphins fan, what is frustrating as a Dolphins fan, that the point I'm trying to make of this whole spiel, Miss Fins, is that every time we try to take that next step and we try to get over that we're this really elite or good football team or Super Bowl contender, we get knocked down. Whatever the case is.
Do we get knocked down or do we knock ourselves down? Because I would have to say we knock ourselves down.
100%. We knock ourselves down. That's a better way. That's better words of putting it. We knock ourselves down. And that is so frustrating as a Dolphins fan, because then the conversation comes back to, well, we have this mediocre football team that we've been for the last 25 years. Oh, well, Tua's not the guy. Tua can't get us over the hump. Oh, well, McDaniel's making a lot of mistakes in X, Y, and Z. Oh, Josh Boyer is horrible. He's part of, the prior regime. We need to get rid of him. Oh, there's a million. I have seen since our loss last night every single excuse in the chat room, on Twitter, even heard here this morning on the show. The fact of the matter is the Miami Dolphins have not taken that next step. They have not gotten over that hump, and they have shot themselves in the foot, for lack of a better term. And that's frustrating. And I don't know what the answer is, other than they have everything they need to be a good football team. The pieces are there. They're there. Tua has shown me that he can be a good quarterback. Why hasn't he done it the last 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's frustrating, Miss Fins.
I think it's mental, man. At this point, I don't know if it's physical. Maybe he did get injured more than we know, and they're just not telling us. But I think he's in his head. His body language is completely different. He's off. I don't know what it is. I was saying it this morning. I'm like, did someone die? Like, is he having issues at home? Like, he doesn't seem like Tua. And the even more frustrating part is that we know he can do it. We know, and people want to say, well, it was just this team or it was just that team. No, it don't matter, because you still have to show up and play. So at the end of the day, we know Tua can destroy teams. We know he could be surgical. We know he can do all these things. The problem is when he doesn't do it, when it's the most important thing. And I said this at the beginning, like when we went after the first 3-0, and then we went 0-3, and then we started winning. I said, we better not end this season with, again, like last 2 years, win and get in. Because if that's the case, what did we do this offseason that's different? We might as well would have stayed with the same thing, and we would probably still have $40 million in cap space. Like at this point, everything we've done, it better not be win and get in, because then we did all this for nothing. In my opinion, the same results.
I'll say this, Miss Fins. For me, the plan at the beginning of the year is get into the playoffs and win a playoff game. And if we do that, we're to me, that was the goal. Didn't care how we got in. Don't care if it was the division. Do I want the division? Of course I do. But I was like, just get into the playoffs and win a playoff game. You can't just make the playoffs. You have to win a playoff game. And by all stretch, we're 8-5. If somebody had told me with 4 weeks left to go in the season that you're 8-5, I think a lot of us would have raised our hand and took it.
Oh, absolutely. But it's just the lot. See, it's not, and I said this morning, it's not losing. Because if Tua comes out there, he's balling, and we just, lose by a kick or whatever, it's like, okay, we lost. But at least we know, okay, he's handling it. It wasn't, I can't blame no one person. It was just an overall team loss. At this point, the last two losses, majority is on him.
It's on him.
It's on him.
I don't.
It's not all of it. It's not all of it, because adjustments need to be made by the head coach.
The blame, but to me, he gets a majority of the blame.
He has to get the majority, but that's the problem when you have the people who call themselves Tuniers and those who the vibe that we have in the fan base. We cannot point out when he does well, or can point out when he needs to get better as a fan base, because one side will be upset and the other one's gonna be upset. It's like, no, guys, a level-headed fan is going to critique every player, even Tua. Praise him when he's doing well, and also critique when he's not. And he hasn't been himself for what we know he can do in the last two games. Because you can't tell me this don't even look like last year's Tua at this point. This doesn't even look like last year's Tua, because I feel like even last year's Tua towards the end was like better than what we've seen the last two games. At least Tua wasn't like horribly missing people and setting them like 5 yards north of what they can catch. So he needs to take responsibility, see where he needs to mix up, but he wasn't in the game. Look at him. He wasn't in the sideline. You've seen him before where he goes ahead and he's looking at the board. He's looking at the little, tablet or whatever. He's talking to the coaches, trying to see, okay, where do we need to blah, blah, blah. You've seen that. Where is that Tua that, we messed up? Nope, we got this next game. We got this next drive. We got, that type, the flame. There you go. His flame looks like has been extinguished. And I don't know what extinguished it. So that's where I fall. I don't know what is wrong with him, and because when he's on, he's killer and deadly. You don't become the top 3 in the MVP talks without being good at what you do, and he has shown that he can be good at what he does. The problem is the consistency. Because you can't have 2 different seasons like this. You can't. He looked like he was either spent, like
that's fair.
Like he looked like he was either super tired that he hadn't slept. I get it. He has a newborn, but he ain't the first one to have a newborn.
Are we blaming that he has a kid on what's going? Come on now, Ms.
Absolutely not. No, you're not. But you can't. But you can't know, because he looked like he was like out of it. I don't know what else. Like I can't tell you what is up with Tua. Like he looked like he had no energy. He was zoned. He was a zombie. He was a zombie. Both games, you look at him on the bench. I mean, where was Tua? Like he wasn't there like he was before, being in everybody's ear, talking to everybody. It just looked like, I'm going to hide in my corner and sit here. Like, oh, man. Like, what's going on?
It'll be interesting. All right, Miss Fins, I got some people in the back room. Am I going to see you Saturday night?
I'm gonna see because I got invited to another watch party, so I'm gonna see what I can do. But I'll definitely see, distance and stuff. Gotta take a look at it. But I think it's a great one. Check it out, guys. That's gonna be great. Either one, either one you go to, just enjoy the Dolphins because this is gonna be a lot of drinking games. That are gonna happen this Saturday. That's for sure.
Days Store watch party. I hope you're there. I'd love to see you there, Miss Fins. You come hang out with us. I think it'll be good times.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll definitely tell. I'll hit you up and let you know. But thank you for having me up here again. Congratulations on the 10K. That's what I wanted to talk about. And I'll see everybody later tomorrow morning too. Take care, guys.
Go listen to Miss Fins on YouTube at Miss Fins. Absolutely amazing. Make sure you guys go check out her morning show before my morning show each and every day on her channel, Miss Fins. Go check her out. It's good stuff. All right, I got somebody in the back room, good friend of the show. Love the guy. Absolutely amazing. He will be with me on Saturday night at Vasasor, hanging out. Mr. Cameron 954. Good morning, Cameron.
Good morning there, Stephen D. What's going on? How was your cruise, number one?
It was great, man. Had a highly recommend to people do the Disney cruise if you are able to, especially if you got kids. Even if you don't have kids, because it was fun.
Oh, you get refreshed and everything. Good quality.
It is, man. It was good. It was a nice break. It was a nice way to unwind and relax for a week, and then I got to come back for the weekend and ease back into the world. And now here I am on Monday morning dealing with the stench of another Miami Dolphins loss, and it sucks. I hate that part.
I think collectively, and I don't know if you saw my tweet last night because I did tag you in it, or at least I tagged Miami Sports Music. Everybody needs to take a collective breath, right? Like deep breath.
Mm-hmm.
We're 8-5, and you just said it a minute ago. Like if you told us at the start of the season that we'd be 8-5 after 13 games, every single one of us would take that.
Yeah, every one of us would have raised our hand. There's no doubt about that.
It's a 17-game season. There's still games to be played. So everybody needs to relax. And if you're sweating over these past two losses and think like the world's going to end and we don't have our quarterback, then you need to check yourself because
let me say something. I don't want to dismiss that feeling for them because there's something to be said that the Dolphins had a chance to stand up and show the world and show the fan base we're not the same old Dolphins. And
number one, they're not playing for the fan base. Let me tell you that. They're playing to win for themselves, for the team. And so, and the point of me saying that is that while they appreciate the fans, and believe me, and I think on the broadcast last night, it was even mentioned that the whole lower bowl was nothing but aqua and orange.
Mm-hmm.
And we have plenty of our friends that were there. Plenty of people from East 32 and Solo D and NorCal Dolphin. The whole crew is out there and stayed out there all week. My point in saying that is that, I think we're victims of our own inflated expectations. Beginning of the season, we said, 13-4, 14-3, if we finish 12-6, 11-7, we're going to take that, right? Like we're going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah.
We have to understand and realize it's his third year, right? And especially after not playing, a whole season, and who knows what happened last season. We got a first-time head coach, and I'm not making excuses. This is the reality of the situation. There's growth that needs to happen in this team, and we've seen plenty of growth beyond our expectations that set us up to expect us to go into San Francisco and win, go into LA and win, and now we have to go into Buffalo and win. And those were, like we said, 2 out of 3. Like nobody said, oh, we're going to win, San Francisco, win LA, and we're going to lose to Buffalo. There's some of us here that think that we can go into Buffalo and win. And any given Sunday, right? Like we can win. So my point in saying is that I think this team needs to figure out who they are behind Coach McDaniel, because to me, and I said this in my tweet, like last week's game at San Francisco, that first half was 110% on Tua. If you go back and look at the game film, there was 4 or 5 throws that he missed that should have went to the house. Like McDaniel had a game plan devised against the San Francisco pass defense that at the time was number 1 in the league. And he carved them up and put our players in positions to succeed, and Tua didn't make the throws. That is not what happened last night. The Chargers game planned effectively against our offense in a way that even San Francisco didn't. And it was pointed out both by the halftime crew on NBC and Collinsworth said the same thing. And where this team makes its money is throwing behind the linebackers in front of the safeties. And last night, the Chargers were dropping their linebackers 5 to 7 yards further back than what teams had done in the past, taking away those middle throws. They got exceptional plays on the boundary too, bodying man-to-man coverage against Waddle and Hill. Mm-hmm. And so did Tua miss, a few throws? I think he did, but he didn't have his progressions. He was, going down 3rd, 4th, 5th, options. And at that time, there wasn't much left on the bone to take. And so I said last night, number one, the cons were McDaniel was outcoached and he didn't make the necessary adjustments on the offensive side of the ball. Number 2, this team cannot overcome marginal play from Tua. If Tua is average, there's no fallback option because we have no run game. And the run game, the lack of a run game, really killed us last night. And I don't want to hear excuses about Jeff Wilson going down because, in this offense, Mostert and Ahmed or Gaskin should be plug-and-play guys, right? Ingold wasn't part of the passing game. Again, Gesicki was not part of the passing game over the middle. So I'm starting to question McDaniel's ability to make an in-game adjustments because 2 games in a row, and really 3, he was outcoached. All right. But what stood out for me, in a positive way is that Jalen Phillips and Christian Wilkins are stars. These guys are legitimate stars.
Absolute stars.
Our defense kept us in that game. And what they had second consecutive game of over 80 plays on the field or something like that. That is ridiculous. Mm-hmm. So if we don't have a run game against Buffalo in whatever run conditions there are or weather conditions there are, it's not going to be a close game. And that's just my take, because without a run game, the linebackers can afford to play back. The front 4 or 5 of the Buffalo Bills will be able to stop our run game. Especially with Milano coming down and crashing.
Well, let me just tell you, I just got a text message from Von Joe a little bit ago, and then I saw it on Twitter. A minimum of 7 inches of snow is predicted for Saturday night. A minimum of 7 inches.
So here's let me say that. So even if there is, so you saw Whack Jones last year and the Patriots and Belichick take a game plan with 3 passes and run and run and run and run. Do we have the team to do that?
No, we don't.
We could.
Not what I saw last week. And Jeff.
And that's why I say this is more of a testament on who Coach McDaniel is than anything else. Because it's a team game, and your team's led by the coach. Coach McDaniel is supposed to be the offensive guru that can out-scheme anybody. Well, it hasn't happened for the last night, definitely. He got out-coached and not even close last night. And if he doesn't make adjustments against a Buffalo team that, we could win against, but is on a 5-game win streak, if there's a blowout next weekend, man, I'm not standing back to anybody. It's
you can't. But all right, somebody wants to say something to you. Let me bring them in real quick. Bon Joe.
Yo,
what's up, Bon Joe?
Bon Joe,
you guys hear me?
You didn't like what Cameron had to say. I want to let you go.
Bro, like, geez, I forgot what he said something, and I completely.
How you doing, Banjo? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, but Cam, again, no, this is year 3. No, that excuse of no, if we don't make the playoffs, I am done. I am off to it because 10-7, whether it's a 7-game losing streak, and then we start picking up steam, and if you patch it up, we get 3 losses here, 3 losses there. 10-7 is 10-7 at the end of the day.
Will it be
if we miss the playoffs?
Will it be good enough to make the playoffs? Like our expectations is that we're in a position now that we should be in the playoffs, right?
Correct.
All right,
This is what it was. Everybody's like, because at that point, this is not. It's not okay. This team, no, this is a great collapse. That's what I will. That's what I will call it. The great collapse.
There's a 2-game losing streak. It's not a streak until it's 3. It's 2 games.
But no, it's not even just a 2-game losing streak, Cam. Again, it came from
execute the plays called. McDaniel did not get out coached. Tua was throwing low and behind on everything.
That is wrong.
We came. Hold on. We came from number 1 in the AFC conference to, okay, are we going to make the playoffs? That's a great collapse.
What are you talking about? We're in 6th position for the playoffs right now.
Exactly. And if we lose to Buffalo, guess what? We're 8-6. If the Jets win, now we back into this whole thing. Oh, well, hopefully this team loses and maybe we're score watching. Hey, maybe we could get in if we sneak in. No, we came from being comfortable.
Isn't that not the reality? Isn't that not the reality of the NFL season? None of us on this broadcast, including you, including me, including Steven, think that we're better than Buffalo. And I know that just made Mark, happy to hear, but it's the truth and reality.
Hold on. So were we not talking? Hold on. Were we not talking all this cash that, hey, 49ers, they haven't played nobody. We could take them. This should be Justin Herbert's not the guy. Oh my gosh, we could beat out the Chargers easily. What are we talking about?
We're talking about reality, Vanjo. Like,
and the thing is, we played 2 playoff.
What happened to Vanjo?
They came and got him, bro.
Took away that middle intermediate, and all of a sudden our quarterback is glitching left and right.
No, Vanjo, let me stop you there. Because you're right. They did take away the intermediate. They took away his bread and butter where this team thrives. They took away the boundaries with man coverage. And McDaniel didn't put his players, he didn't make the adjustments.
So you can't fit the ball anywhere. You don't have the arm strength to put the ball on a need on a rope.
It has nothing to do with arm strength, brother.
Then why can't we beat them on the outside?
Running the same plays.
Then beat them. What you mean? It's the same plays. People are just covered.
Dude, he's running the same plays.
Then switch up your plays and beat them on the outside.
That's exactly what I said. That's on McDaniel.
Again, that's it's easier said than done. Because why is he not doing it?
They didn't put in the plays. They didn't make adjustments. Watch the game film, Banjo.
Again, this is why I get so bothered by that comment. What you mean? So we have no plays that say, because again, we took Gesicki and we sat there and said, okay, Gesicki, hold on. Because we had Gesicki, Steven.
Cam got voted off.
Because he's talking nonsense.
Damn it, I wanted to talk to him.
Because again, here's my issue.
Narrative by Cam. They were low and behind. Watch the film, my friend.
Here's my issue, Steven, with what he's saying. Again, we see that they tried different things where we're going to try to attack the outside. Gesicki didn't play in the middle. They had Gesicki trying to catch the ball as a wideout on the sideline. And those throws were horrible. But we're not talking about that. Because he tried to say, okay, let's try this. Let's see if we're going to try to attack him on the outside. Oh, geez, man, you can't hit the blind side of a bar doing that.
Was it me, BJ, or did Cameron seem like he was moving the goalpost like every 20 yards?
Bro, like they keep trying to make excuses. Nah, man, no, I'm not doing that. We're not doing
that. The excuses are running thin, bro. There's no more excuses.
10-7 is 10-7. 10-7 is 10-7. No matter how you get there, if it's listen, I am done with this young man. Bye. Thanks for coming. Good luck somewhere else.
No, we're stuck with him. BJ, whether you want to hear it or not, we're stuck with him.
KJ said the blueprint is out onto a You take the middle and he folds. Steven, have you ever seen Tua go to the line and audible out of a play? I'll wait. He's not. That's.
Steven,
I can't
Steven,
remember. I can't recall that I have seen it.
Steven, these are things that we're seeing that, again, we're trying to compare him to other quarterbacks, but again, this is what I'm seeing from I'm watching this other kid, this young man in the Chargers uniform, just literally picking our defense apart. Literally just all right, doing what he wants. And here's the thing. Apart. Here's the thing. Herbert got pressured and got hit more than Tua. And he still looked unfazed. He looked unrattled, unfazed, like, yo, I got two of these things that you can hold. You're about to get this work.
BJ, he had no fear in the pocket, bro. Did you see that?
None.
In the pocket, that man had no fear.
Not yet. Meanwhile, I'm seeing my quarterback look like a chicken with his head cut off.
No, you said it right last week. You said it right, and people didn't like it. The man bitched up, bro. He got shook last week. Now he bitched up this week. I'm sorry. I can say that with stock.
Come on. This is what I'm saying. Like, listen, Herbert got sacked, 3-4 times? So, again, and he got pressured way more than Tua did. His O-line is more trash than our O-line. Are we going to say his weapons? Are we going to say his weapons are better? We know our weapons are better than what Herbert has over there.
Bro, and I love Cameron. But you're not going to tell me that we need to relax. This is not a big deal because I'm telling you, those percentages are going to go down to the 50s if we don't win Sunday, bro.
No, I'm not taking that relax. Because you know what? We lost to the 49ers. No, relax.
Everybody's entitled to one game.
We'll be okay.
Everybody's entitled to one bad loss.
All right, we lost to the
missed the
Chargers.
playoffs by one game, Steven.
Now we lost to the Chargers, and guess what? Steven,
perfect.
the Chargers now have the tiebreaker ahead of us.
But I'm also not.
That's my issue.
I'm also not discounting that what I've seen the last 2 weeks is unacceptable. Like,
but Steven, here's the thing: the Chargers has the tiebreaker ahead of us now. We already know Cincy, the Bengals, have the tiebreakers ahead of. No, the thing is, we could balance out the Jets by a win, right? But if we lose to them, they have swept us. So,
Mark, you want to come in and jump in and say something?
No, I mean I'm following the chat, and I'm not going to throw any negativity out. We know what the games are. The Jets game is going to be really hard because if the Chargers secondary dominated the receiving core without changes, then the Jets secondary, who is appreciably better, and made Allen look bad yesterday, and they did. They really did. The Jets wide nine defense with their defensive line and their secondary is truly far better.
I hate to agree with this man. I hate to agree with him.
No, these are facts because here's a fact. Tua has struggled against the Jets. Whether we beat him or not, he has some of his worst games have been against the Jets. That's just a fact. Look it up.
Yeah, Duke Johnson bailed his ass out last year. I was at that game.
And you look at where the Dolphins are right now. You really don't like their chances going into Saturday. And I'm not coming from a Buffalo perspective. It's just a short rest, a lot of injuries, a lot of nicked up people. A Buffalo team staying at home.
Hey, Mark, you know what you won't hear us saying after, no matter win, lose, or whatever.
What's that?
That the weather is the reason that we lost. We won't say
weather.
That.
Well, the weather's going to be the same on both sidelines.
I understand that. I'm just saying. There was
won't complain about the weather.
Like team that was trying to say that OSHA needs to get involved with.
I wasn't saying that, and the team wasn't saying that.
You're right. You were.
Actually, the team now is complaining were the Minnesota Vikings that were complaining about it.
It was your team. It was the Bills, sir.
No, it was actually the Vikings, Stephen. If you can go back and look it up.
The Bills, Mark. Look at you.
I think it was the Bills. I think it was the Bills fan base.
It was the Bills fan base.
Well, I don't speak for the Bills fan base. I speak for me. So therefore,
regardless, they're 10-4 right now. What? You're 10-4, 10-5. What are you right now? 10-4.
They're 10-4.
And look, let me ask you a question, Mark. Why did the Jets not beat you guys on Sunday?
Why didn't they?
Yes,
because, well, first of all, let's first take into consideration how horrible the conditions were on Sunday. It started out rain.
It took out the starting quarterback.
Went down into the low 30s or actually down into the late 20s by the end of the game. Mike White had a difficult time throwing. The Jets also had two critical injuries. They lost Quinton Williams in the first half, and they also lost Corey Davis after their first series of downs. And who was the better team yesterday? Buffalo's defense was great, but Josh Allen had a horrible game yesterday. The running
So you're not going to talk about the Jets losing their starting quarterback?
Well, the Jets kept losing their starting quarterback. They kept injuring White, and then he brought Flacco in. Flacco got hit and fumbled, threw one ball that he should have completed, and he missed it because the wind took it. And then he got injured again. I mean, Mike White's a warrior. Mike White is an absolute warrior. And he played.
He's from South Florida, sir.
For his ribs.
Let's go.
He's still playing. You know, he got crushed. Milano just absolutely crushed his in the chest cavity and rib cage yesterday. And he came out and kept going and kept going and kept going. So I have all props for him, and I have props for the Jets in the way that they played. They have, Bam Knight's a really good running back that you guys haven't seen yet this season because Hall was out. Or Hall played against the Dolphins. He hadn't seen Bam Knight yet.
So let me Von Joe. Oh man, Von Joe and Cap. Wow. Cameron got you all out of there, cuz.
I guess it's just you and I. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, I don't. The Jets come down into Miami.
Sorry, go ahead.
But the Jets can really, really, really put the lockdowns on the Jets. And one of the things I've thought about during this losing streak that the Dolphins have had, and through the offseason, was the fact that the Dolphin receivers were predicated on speed and not size. And that's one of the reasons why I had advocated that a nice split between Waddle and Debo might be more effective than a split between Hill and Waddle. Now, what's happened after the fact is that Hill has been an absolutely spectacular player, and he has been. He's been absolutely superb and a league MVP potential candidate. But unfortunately, now that the 49ers laid out the blueprint, and I'm not going to say the Texans laid out the blueprint, that was just second half of a 30-0 football game. The 49ers laid the blueprint out in one degree by playing their linebackers back. And the critical aspect that everybody, or not everybody, that seems to be not being brought up as it should, is that when you take smaller receivers and you play man-to-man bump and run coverage and you take them off their spot, Tua still has a propensity to throw, be a spot thrower. That was mentioned by TD last night. He was dead on and spot on, and he's been spot on for like 3 years plus on this whole thing. So McDaniel has got to make an adjustment to find a way to stop the man-to-man bump and run coverage. You have to do something different. You have to throw screens. You have to do jet sweeps. You have to throw swing passes. You have to go to a different way of playing football because those the intermediate routes that Tua was getting that were wide open against teams that did not have good defensive players, nor do they have good defensive linebackers, isn't going to work anymore.
Cameron, you ain't have to do it to those guys. You didn't have to do it to those guys.
I felt like it. And Noob, no, I'm not a Bills fan. Just because I think the Bills are a better team. That's reality right now. They're on a 5-game win streak. They're a better team.
They're on a 4-game winning streak, Cameron.
What's that?
They're on a 4-game winning streak.
4 or 5, tomato.
Well, it'll be 5 on Saturday night, about 11.
No, it will not. No, we're going to throw.
Look, Mark, I'm not saying that you guys get an automatic win on us on Saturday. Is it likely that you guys are going to win? Yes. Would I bet on the game? Not with $1 million. If I had $1 million,
I'm interested to see what the spread is this morning. I'm wondering if it's going to be a double-digit spread.
Oh, it's going to change now that there's 7 inches of snow being.
So, Mark, here's what's going to happen. The night before the game, when all this snow's falling down in that crap stadium, we're going to roll up a bunch of snowmen and build them up on the 30-yard line and put cinder blocks in them, and you guys aren't going to get past them. That's just how it's going to
go. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't think the snow affects. To be honest with you, I don't think the snow helps Allen in any capacity because he's not really a good cold weather quarterback. Even though he put at Wyoming, but you look at his cold weather games historically, and they haven't been good.
Well, it'll be interesting because, like I said earlier, and no cap here, no pun intended, cap for life, but no cap. We got this game against Buffalo is going to determine a lot of like who Mike McDaniel is. Like, is he going to? I'm like the jury's out in my mind right now. Like he got out coached last night. He couldn't make adjustments, and Do we have the same game plan that they implemented against Buffalo when y'all played here earlier in the season? No. We'll see.
Well, you don't want the same game plan that you played in the first game because
because
the
Milano
statistics
took
and
a
the time of
cheap shot at
possession
our
will tell you all
quarterback.
that.
Milano took a cheap shot at his quarterback, and I've got people looking for him in the airport when he arrives. Don't worry about that.
Well, he's not arriving in the airport in Miami, so it doesn't really make any difference.
Nope, it's Fort Lauderdale. I know where he's coming. There you go, level 2 noob. That's for you.
Boo.
So, like I said,
anyway.
on the assumption that the Dolphins, have a higher probability of not winning that game on Saturday night, and they go 8-6. Now you really have to start getting into scoreboard watching because you got the Chargers hosting the Titans.
Mark, let me ask you a question, Mark. Let me interrupt you and ask you a question.
Sure.
If the Dolphins pull out the W on Saturday night, do you think that the Dolphins are the better team in the AFC East?
No.
They would have beaten you twice.
No, that would be like saying that the Patriots are better than the Jets, and the Patriots are not better than the Jets.
I would disagree with you, my friend. If we beat you guys twice,
Steven, if you win the game Saturday night, that means you're still a game behind in the AFC.
I understand
so the standings drive who's the better team.
You are correct, but I think if we beat you guys Saturday night, you guys are definitely losing one more game, minimum.
And you're not.
If we beat you guys Saturday night, I think we go undefeated the rest of the year.
I don't think you're going to beat Green Bay, to be honest with you. Green Bay is playing much better, and Aaron Rodgers is now familiar with his receivers. I don't think you're winning on Christmas afternoon.
Listen, Mark and Steven, both of y'all, if this team doesn't come up with a more diverse offensive plan than just throwing it, 15 yards over the middle to two speedsters, it's crunch time. We need a run game. We need to control the clock. We cannot have our defense out there 80 plays a game or whatever it was last night in the past 2 weeks because they were gassed in the fourth quarter. They played their asses off and kept us in the game last night with an opportunity to possibly win, but the offense cannot be consistently putting the defense in that position and expect to go into the playoffs or even make the playoffs.
Look,
no,
do I think that they're going to win on Saturday night? No, I don't. I'm be honest with you, I don't. But I think that we can win on Saturday night. I think there's a world where that happens.
Well,
I think we have all the weapons to do it.
What's the game plan? Hill is dinged up. Your running back is hurt that you got Wilson is out because he won't be back for a couple of weeks. Armstead is at limited capacity
and will play Saturday night.
Okay, wonderful. He's not much of anything, and he's not really a snower.
Dude, nobody is much of anything in the snow. Everybody's different in the snow.
Listen,
7 inches, everything changes.
So what changes? You saw the game against the Jets this past weekend, right? That first half was miserable, and then then Allen and they just wore them down. The Bills wore down the Jets a little bit, and they got to their quarterback. And
I'll be real with you. You know who I think people are going to hate me for saying this, but I think if Tyreek's ankle's anywhere near messed up, he should sit this weekend because it's not even going to matter him being on the field in the snow. I think he should sit.
That's a wrong statement, Steven. I don't believe that because I don't care, if he's 80%, he's still 80% is better than 100%.
We were saying that last night. 60% Tyreek is better than 90% of the league. But
80% of a 4-3 Tyreek is a 4-5 Tyreek, and that's pretty worthless.
And he still took 165 to the house.
With a bum ankle, my guy.
Exactly. He took 160 yards to the house because the Chargers defensive back fell down.
I don't know. I think that's something I would like to talk about more with Dolphins fans this week. If he is anywhere near hurt and there's 7 inches of snow, do you let him sit this week so that he can get healthy for the remainder of the year? Or because the one thing that I was frustrated last night, why didn't we use him in a Deebo Samuel type role? Because he would have been great in a Deebo Samuel type.
Because he's not Deebo Samuel. He doesn't have the heft and
he's
the power
5'3.5"
guy.
I would have loved to seen him take some runs out of the backfield last night.
It's why I said they should have gotten Deebo they should have pursued Deebo, who they could have gotten, instead of Hill. Debo would have cost you less. He's younger.
Well, Mark, I'm
and
not
he's a
going to deal
different-
with
he's a different fit in
who's
the
on this
offense.
team and who's not. But Steven made a good point here. And if you noticed the game last night, Tyreek's injury limited the scope of this offense and what they do well, and that's running Tyreek in across the back of the formation, on go routes, right? Because he couldn't plant and turn. And that's limiting. If he can't do that, then this offense is, McDaniel has to find another way to implement that play, whether it's Waddle, whether it's Sherfield, it's on McDaniel to work around the injuries that are limiting.
I would never want Debo over Tyreek. Let's just throw that out there.
Well, let's put it what it should be, Stephen. What they should have done is they should have tried to move Waddle for Debo, and then bring on Hill, because that's the offensive.
No way, Waddle's a beast, my guy. We just haven't used him. We have not utilized him the last 2 weeks.
Where's the problem then? Is he hurt? Is he not playing well?
I don't know.
Or is there too much preponderance on Tyreek? Because
no, the Chargers last night took Waddle out of the game. They effectively defended him, man. You got to give part of this is giving the Chargers the credit where it's due. They played an outstanding defensive scheme game.
The Chargers did nothing more than what the 49ers started. They decided that they've got two small receivers that they can body off their routes, and Tua throws the spots, and that's what your outcome was.
Mark, that is not true. Against the 49ers, there was wide open guys that you and I could have been put in those positions.
Well, yeah, Tua had a bad game against the 49ers. Right. Let's just be honest.
I brought a whole bunch of people on. Crypto, I got a lot of background noise coming from you, Crypto.
By the way, Cam,
can you hear me?
I'm very disappointed. Hold on, Crypto. Let me go at Cam for a second, because he timed me out and Capitalize out because he wanted to have a one-on-one conversation with a Bills fan. Shame on you, Cam.
That's true.
Shame.
I was timed out as well.
Just for doing that, your burgers ain't all that, okay? There, I said it.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm lying.
Hey, now you're getting personal.
I was
gonna say, I'm lying.
Man, Bonzo, that's brutal.
No soup for you, Bonzo.
I can't lie. They're delicious, but still. That's how hurt I was, Cam. That's how hurt I was by your actions. That you making me lie.
It's all good in the hood. I just know Steven needs to re-up that kitty because he spent it all at the bar on the cruise.
Man, let me tell you. Yes. Never mind. I ain't gonna go there. But yeah, that was an expensive ass trip. That's all I know.
You up there drinking Mickey Mouse daiquiris? That's what you were doing?
No.
Mickey and Minnie Mouse daiquiris?
Rashad, are you on the plane?
Rashad's on the plane.
Yes, I am.
Pamela, I'm hurt by your comment.
Right, hold on.
Rashad, since you're on the team plan, look over and slap Tua for me. Maybe he'll get some sense.
Hey, Rashad, I dare you right now, Rashad, to say Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Everybody should go on YouTube and subscribe out loud in the plane.
I will lose that dare.
TSA is probably going to arrest him.
Yeah, they'll throw him off the plane, even if it's in the air.
They did not have a drink package on the boat, by the way.
If they're Chargers fans, you're as good as gone, Rashad.
Rashad, is that a Chargers hat you got on?
Hey,
Chargers colors.
Real quick, before this goes any further, I want to know what Crystal Lockett's problem is calling the fan base bitches, calling people out in names and not getting called out for it. What's your problem, bro?
I don't know if Crystal Lockett's is up here.
Yeah, the cat got his tongue. I wonder why.
He was in the chat.
Bro, we don't insult people here by names. We don't do that, man. The same thing I don't like what's being done to Pam either. We don't do that. We might have our differences of opinions, but we never insult people. That's one thing to call a fan base a bunch of bitches. All right. We don't do that, bro. I don't call anybody over here a bitch.
Swear jar.
No. Swear jar to him. He does it in the chat. He don't get it. He gets away with it, bro. The same way he got away with it with Pete, bro. The guy is slick with the mouth, but then disappears when he gets called out.
Yep, he's only reading the comments.
Hey, Steven, you got to abandon the swear jar, Steven.
No, I can't.
You have to abandon. You have to throw it in the trash
can. The whole goal is that people at work can listen to this.
Or we support them. We support their panel. We support all their guys on Twitter. And this guy wants to come over here and call us all a bunch of biatches, bro. Really?
Really?
I'm a Bills
People
fan, don't
people
tell your
can
dad's
listen to
name.
curse words because they watch porn in the early morning at work.
Oh my
So
God!
it's no different.
What?
Yeah, but it still doesn't balance out. You should not be angry after that.
And listen to
Whoa.
Vonjo. I do a panel to end the show, and this is what happened, Vonjo. Thank
Whoa.
you, Vonjo.
Whoa.
Blaming you,
Whoa.
Vonjo.
You can't blame me. This was your
No,
decision
people need
because
to
you
take
said you're not doing it.
accountability, just like our
And
quarterback.
two, apparently John only believes that you could critique everybody but Tua. Again, if he want to spit in each other's arm with his Tua ears and give each other reach arounds, hey, that's their business.
Okay, all right. Well, this show absolutely.
There you go.
We're doing final thoughts of the day. That's how this is going to go.
Wow.
Cat for life. Final thought of the day.
Yeah, man. My final thought is I think I'm gonna pick up pickleball.
Oh God, that's a classic.
Bowling Cap.
America, bro.
Man, Cap.
Hasta la pasta, family. Love you guys. We're gonna make it. This too shall pass.
This too shall pass.
Cap, love you, brother.
That's right, Cap.
Mm.
See ya.
Rashad, you're on the plane. Final thought of the day, Rashad. Take yourself off mute.
Can you hear me? I keep breaking up.
No, you're.
Yeah, we
you're
can
go
hear
ahead.
you.
Go ahead.
Final thought of the day, crypto. I'm gonna still get you later on today. You said something about not to blame coaching, and then you said we should blame the coaches. That was asinine to the fullest. But
I never said nothing about blaming the coach. Okay, I said blame the coach maybe 1.5% of the time. How about that? I'll put a percentage on it.
I agree that you made a mistake. You slipped up. You had to. But yeah, we gotta start all over. Like not hit the reset button, but we gotta come new in Buffalo because it's not looking good right now.
It is not looking good at all. All right, Rashad.
Yeah.
Love you, brother. Be good, man. Hey, by the way, your
Be
tweet.
safe, Rashad.
Your tweet. Oh,
All right, be safe. TSA just showed up at him.
Rashad, I'll just say, your Twitter. You posted a picture of yourself wearing my University of Miami gear, bro. Your drip was fire. I'm not gonna lie. Go look at Rashad's tweet at Shad the Prince, I think is what he is. Your drip was drip was money. All right, let me go to Mark from Bills Mafia. Final thought of the day.
Yeah, I'm just going to say I'm kind of disappointed in McDaniel and the level of coaching that we had. And, of course, I've been historically concerned with the nature of the team since Ross and Greer have run it into where it is right now. You're an 8-5 team with limited depth, and, you know, your outcome may not be very good. This is very easily a scenario where you guys could actually blow the playoffs.
All right, Mark.
That will be disappointing if that happens.
Bye, Mark.
I love Mark, but I can't get behind that. I'm sorry.
That will be
I'll
crucial.
go because I got to hop in the shower and go to work.
Please do.
Yeah. Today was an interesting day. Again, this is what happened when you lose, and there's blame to go around to everybody. So everybody's trying to find a way out. Everybody's trying to blame someone and somebody. At the end of the day, yeah, people blame Tua. Yeah, we don't like the fact that Tua sat there and looked like absolutely dog water, right? And at the end of the day, we need him to really pick it up because we went all in on him this year. I think we got like 20 cents in the bank for next year, as far as cap space. So he needs to pick it up. McDaniel, the 700 plays that you went through with him, hey, find the extra 50 and say, hey, we got to add these 50 into the repertoire for next week and moving forward. Because at the end of the day, we all got to do better because the last 2 weeks, it is not it, man. It is not it. But no matter what, we'll still stay fins up. We're still going to tune in. We still got to cheer on our team. And the result would, geez, Mahomes is good. I'm sorry. I just watched a highlight of that little flick pass.
Yeah, you saw that.
I just saw the highlight.
So I'm watching the highlights on Football Night in America last night, and I didn't see that highlight, right? And I'm watching, and my wife and I are talking. My wife loves Patrick Mahomes, and we're watching, and I see that, and I said, bro, he can, like, the man is hands down the best player in all of the NFL.
Oh, bro, the MVP. This MVP conversation is two people.
Real.
Who?
The MVP is two people, Hurts and Mahomes. Those are the only two that's in the conversation for MVP
I'll be real.
moving forward.
I like what
Hurts making a real push now.
Collinsworth said last night. If Tyreek gets 2,000 yards, you gotta throw him in the conversation.
Again,
but then
Hurts
again, you're
and
gonna have to
Mahomes.
throw Jefferson in there because he's on pace for 2002.
Oh man, Jefferson's awesome.
Because this young man Mahomes, I just saw him literally at the red zone run around in circles. Literally, he ran around in a circle and threw a touchdown into the back of the end zone.
Well, look, man. When I saw that,
All you can do is laugh. All you can do is laugh. At this point, all you can do is laugh when you see it.
That's backyard football at its best.
Dude, it was
we just want better from our guys that rock our colors and our logo. That's all. Okay, that's all we asking for. That's not too much. That's not too much to ask for. What up?
I agree 110% with you.
Thank you. Fins up no matter what, guys. Have a great day.
More burgers
Fins up
from
no
Cam.
matter what, Bon Jovi.
All right, Bonjo.
All right, Pamela, final thought of the day.
Okay, so I really hate that our fan base turns on each other whenever we lose. You know, we all come in here happy with a win. We're Dolphin fans. So what if you don't like somebody's take? You don't go low. That's ridiculous. Last week I put our loss 65% on Tua. This week I don't think you can give him more than 25%. There was plenty of crap to go around. I don't understand why we are not throwing the ball around to multiple receivers and running backs. Why are we not spreading it around? That's what we did in those games where we won and we looked amazing. We threw in everybody. We were unpredictable. And our coach does need to learn to make adjustments at halftime. I mean, when you see what we're doing isn't working, do something else. And I don't care. Do you have to throw in the water boy? Go ahead, throw in the water boy. See if he can catch a pass. I don't know. But also, I put a good 30% of this game on the referees, and I am going to have an absolute breakdown of everything of this game. I already started it. I've got slow-mo. I've got all kinds of stuff, and I'm looking at it from both sides. So I don't want to hear anybody tell me that I can't blame the refs, because there was some of the worst calls I've ever seen last night.
That call of roughing the passer call was, I tweeted it out like in caps last night. That was the worst call I've ever seen in my life.
Yep, and that was fourth down. Fourth down, we got him backed up to what? The 3-yard line or something?
I was pissed, man. I was screaming. I lost my voice for a second.
I was screaming too. Absolutely screaming. And it was like to get the intentional grounding. So why was there no intentional grounding on Herbert? He was not out of the pocket. There was nobody in the area. We had somebody more in the area than he did. Never even talked about whether that was intentional grounding. And it was intentional grounding. So I don't know if you know the play I'm speaking of particularly, but he threw up to the left in towards the end zone, and he was in the pocket. Nobody there.
You know, Pamela, I will say this, that like the same set of referees sucked that whole game for both teams, because there was 2 or 3 calls. Cater Kahoo had 2 pass interference non-calls against them. Crossan had
That's
one.
true. It was on both sides. You're right, Clam pointed out. Yeah.
You know,
I just think that it was more devastating what they did to us. That very first play, the first play of the game, Tua throwing to Tyreek, he was absolutely tugged on one side and then turned with the other arm. Very first pass. Take a look at it. There was no flag even thought of. I'm just telling you, from start to finish, it was lopsided. Definitely bad calls both ways, but it's lopsided like it always is. But anyways, I'm a Dolphin fan through and through. If I don't agree with you, which is most of y'all, I don't agree with a lot of you, but I still love you and I respect your take. And quit going dirty on people. Damn it.
Swear jar.
Love you, Pam.
Love you, Pam.
Love you guys.
Be good.
Bye.
All right, Pam.
All right, Mr. Hot Dog Man.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna go down the avenue of the officials because it's not like the. I would say this: the Dolphins have, even in this season, overcame bad officiating. So I can't simply blame the officials for the sole reason why we lost the game, because even in that, they reset the downs. Our defense was playing well enough to get them off the field where we could have just still overcame that drive. We still allowed them to march down the field and get a field goal after that, roughing the passer. We all know that it was a bad call, but it's not like the Dolphins never overcame bad officiating. That's all I have to say about that point, because they have this season.
Agreed.
Yeah, so yeah, we still had a shot to get them off the field and keep them from kicking that field goal. But I'll keep with my Wizard of Oz theme there, Steven. Listen, if we continue to play this way, we will not make it to the Emerald City. And they're telling us to don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain because we've been exposed. So therefore, if we click our heels 3 times, we might make it home. But guess what? There's a cowardly lion. There's a tin woodsman with no heart. Do this team have a heart? We definitely, the coaching sometimes don't have a brain. So guess what? That yellow brick road is still available. If we just walk it and don't get distracted by the flying monkeys, we'll be all right.
Man, that's the best analogy I've heard all day, man. That all year. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Anything else I can do before I let you go?
No, it's good, man. Good show, man.
All right, brother.
Stay up, man. Good one, Cam. We'll get those burgers, man.
You got it, man.
I don't care what Von Joe said, man. The burgers are good.
We'll see you soon, bro.
All right.
All right. We thought we were done, but we got one more person. Pete,
final
thought of the day, Pete.
What's up,
Man,
Pete?
what's up, fellas? Glad I'm up here. Didn't know you guys were doing final thoughts. I'm back. I'm just swimming around like a dolphin through all platforms, making sure I get my apology letters stamped and delivered to the right address. But you know what, Steven? As a fan, right? As a fan, I've been the one sitting here actually believing that Skylar Thompson is going to be the one that's going to save our season. This is the hope that you guys want. Oh, Tua's gonna be MVP, Tua this, Tua that. No, Pete's hope for this season has always been, please, Skylar, save our season. He doesn't have or carry the limitation, Steven. I've been telling you this all year since we've drafted this guy. We should have cut this guy loose. We had the opportunity, Steven, to sit here and have the rookie of the year quarterback. We would have had a rookie going into the playoffs. And even if we lost that playoff game, we could have been sitting behind. Man, he was a rookie. He had a really good roster around him, and he was able to get that experience. That what would have been important to us as a fan base to grow from that. We know what Tua is. That's the issue. You guys wanted to sit here and fight back and cause a divide and want him to be MVP, when in all reality, it's the film has caught up, like I've been telling you for weeks, Steven. The film is catching up. This is not sustainable. I promised you that, bro. Like a real friend would. We have no running game. I literally told you guys, we have no running game. I have people on all type of platforms going up talking about we didn't run the ball enough. Well, guess what, Steven? I don't want to hear that either. Pete was up here telling you guys, even after victories, why didn't we run the ball more? Why? Why can't we beat these crappy teams? By running the ball, inflicting fear and causing pain, and making other good teams have to fear a run game. Even if it's not there, that's what you should have done and beat these weak teams like that, because the film would have not have been caught up, Steven. It's important you lie your way to a Super Bowl. It's important. You were supposed to cover up Tua's limitations, and you just sat out here. This organization blew it in our faces and sat here at Tua's MVP, letting Tua, little arm Tua, go out on TV and say, I'm keeping receipts. Yeah, keep them. Because now you're breaking hearts out here as a fan, Steven. This is going to derail, like I told you. We're not even going to sniff the playoff. You know when you're going around a barbecue, you go around and you're like, damn, that chicken smells good. Well, this chicken ain't smelling good. We can smell it from afar. We need to switch the quarterback position. And we need to have it, make it now. I've been telling y'all. And I don't want apologies. I want this organization to really do something that they really should have been done. But they've been holding on to it. Oh, we're going to prove. Who are you going to prove wrong? Who?
Hey, Pete, we're 8-5, bro. We're 8-5, Pete. We're in the playoff hunt, Pete. You do know that, Pete, right?
Steven.
Pete.
Please.
Pete.
Please, Steven. Please do not. If you want to talk playoff football with Pete, it better be 19 talk. That's it. Talk Skyler, talk. Tua's not. Bro, listen to me, Steven, as a friend. Listen to me. We're 8-6. Book it. We are 8-6.
Not yet.
Book it. We are 8-6.
I mean,
oh, look. Hold on. Because Pete was laughed at. Pete was made mockery after, guess what, Steven? We beat the Buffalo Bills.
Pete, we're
so this entire fan base, I don't want to hear not one Tua sit here and say, we're losing to the Buffalo Bills. There better not be one Tua out there say, we're losing to the Buffalo Bills. Because they screamed it at me. We beat a good team. We beat Buffalo.
Pete, we're 8-5, bro.
We are 8-6. Book it.
Saturday has not happened. Do you have a crystal ball? Can you see into the future?
Steven, what is your Cam? You're a real one. You know that you're Cam. I can't wait to hug you in real life. Cam, what is your prediction on Saturday?
Feelings mutual. Just for you, Pete, we're going to win 827-3.
I agree with that.
Hey, Pete, you know what's funny and really sadistic now that I think about it? You know, it's really like sad. Not sad, but this is where I'm at in my life last night. Like, after that first 3 and out that the Dolphins had last night, I thought, man, Pete, I thought about Pete, and I said, if this was last year, we'd be looking at Fitzpatrick coming into the game on national TV, and Pete would be so happy. Actually, it would be Skylar Thompson this year if Flores was here. And I was thinking about Pete, and like, man, this is where he puts Skylar Thompson in.
And you know what's crazy, Cam? When the fan base was begging for Fitzpatrick, Pete was screaming, play Tua. It's his rookie year. Let him figure this out. Other rookies play it out. I did not want to see the beard. We knew where that journey was going to take us. It was more important to Pete at that time for Tua to come out as a rookie and show his colors. That's the reality of it. But yeah, at this point, we already know what Tua is. We knew from year 1, year 2, there's no change into year 3. Statistically, he got better, just like any other quarterback would have. Gardner Minshew would have a career year here. Joe Flacco will not be on the bench if he was in Miami right now. He will be starting over Tua. It will almost be impossible to have Joe Flacco on the bench when we know he can carry this team. Think about that. Joe Flacco at this age.
Pete, I love you. It's time to go. I can't no more, Pete. I can't with you no more.
It's not. It's hurtful, Steven. And you're one of the guys that I know is hurt because you believed in the ride. You rode it hard, and you thought it, and you're literally still believing in it in a short glimpse because you're telling me, Pete, we're 8-5.
We're 8-5. We're still gonna make the playoffs, and
no, we're not.
Pete, the goal this year for me was to make the playoffs and win a playoff game. That is still on the table.
Steven, if
the playoffs, we win a playoff game, successful year.
Steven, I don't get it. Steven, I don't get it. Okay, you want playoffs just as bad as I want playoffs.
I do. 100%.
But I just don't think it's going to happen with the way you want playoffs. You see what I'm saying? We both rooting for the same thing, but the way you think you want it to be, it's not going to happen.
I don't think we're
the only way we make playoffs is if they actually admit their fault, right? And this is going to lose jobs. This is why they're holding on to Tua as long as they can. The moment they prove to the fan base that Tua's not it, guess what? Pete is right all over again. McDaniel is a 1-year lease because he's only here to save Tua, and it's happened, and he didn't save Tua. The only way we make playoffs is Skylar Thompson, bro. And that's going to prove that Greer is a joke, that McDaniel failed as a head coach, and it was more so all Skylar Thompson overcoming adversity at that point.
Pete. At the beginning of the year, I did a panel. With all of the big YouTubers. Reason, TD, Doug, everybody, right?
They're only big? Oh, come on. You left a lot of important guys out on that one, but go ahead, Steven.
100%. I did, okay? Now, I said a lot. I didn't say all. I said a lot of the big name YouTubers. And every last one of them, including myself, said if the Dolphins get in the playoffs and win a playoff game, successful year. Every one of them said that. TD, Doug, Reason, myself, we all said we get into the playoffs and win a playoff game equals a successful year and moving in the correct direction. We are 8-5 with 4 games left to go. We control our own destiny to get in the playoffs. The last 2 weeks have sucked. They have been horrible, absolutely horrible. No excuse for how bad Tua's played. I don't have an excuse for him. He's played like trash. I'm not saying he had. Hold on, I'm not done, Pete. I'll let you go. I'm not saying that there is an excuse for him on the table. He did not step up when I needed him to step up. He did not step up when we as a fan base wanted him to step up. He did not step up in games where he needed to step up to help his team. He didn't do it. But there have been plenty of games this year where I can point and say, Tua's the reason we won that game. Tua's the reason we won that game. Oh,
nah, buddy. Guess who was up here?
I'm not done, Pete. Let me finish. Tua's the reason we won that game. Tua, up until 2 weeks ago, was an MVP candidate in the NFL. He was. I said if we went in to this 3-game road trip and we came out 2-1, there was nothing you could tell me. Well, there's something y'all can tell me. We're 0-2 going into Buffalo where there's going to be 7 inches of snow. It's going to be a snow game. It's going to be tough. The odds are stacked against us. We're going to be complete underdogs. It's not going to be good. But that doesn't mean I don't think we can win. That doesn't mean I don't think we have a shot. And that doesn't mean that even if we lose, that our season is over. Because I said at the beginning of the year, in order for the Dolphins to be where I needed them to be, they needed to be at 11, 12, or 13 wins. And even after a 3-game road trip where we would go 0-3, the Dolphins' 11 wins this year, still on the table after that. It's still there. It's still a viable option.
Steven, if we lose Saturday, Tua is better be benched.
Well, no.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts, bro.
No way.
If Tua, listen to me. There is no, how do you move forward? How do you move forward with this guy? Like, the season is derailing because of him. It is nobody else, Steven. What don't you get? He's holding. You can't run the ball now when they're stacking the box. They're stacking the box, Steven, and we don't have a legitimate run threat. They're stacking the middle of the field. We're never going to be able to run the ball. I thought we were supposed to see 2 deep safeties all season long. Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. They're going to hold the safeties back all year long. They're going to blow and pass. We're going to have a run game. What happened to all of that? The film has caught up, Steven, during that MVP conversation race that you're talking about. What was Pete up here screaming, Steven? He has a lot of completions, but they're bad ball placements. I was literally being laughed at. I was being laughed at by you and many more, Steven. I was being laughed at. I said, Tua's balls are bad ball placement, even on completions. There's no yak. He has no accuracy.
Okay, Pete, can I ask you a question? Before the 2 weeks, was Tua not an MVP candidate? Was he an MVP candidate?
In your eyes. Why was I up here week in and week out, Cam, saying that he has bad ball placement even on completions? This is the end. I was literally, Steve. No, but it didn't matter what the NFL conversations want to hype up. I'm talking real football, not Homer's take, bro. These are clean pockets, Steven, that I take very seriously. Clean pockets that he's not putting on the dime. These are many touchdowns he's left on the field. He's not a rookie.
Pete, if we win 3 out of the next 4, which I think's going to happen, just want to throw that out there. Okay. We make the playoffs, point blank. And when we make the playoffs, if we win a playoff game, the Dolphins are going to be exactly where they need to be. Tua can have a bad game on Sunday. He's not going to get benched anyway. Tua's the quarterback the rest of this year. Get that through your head. There's nobody else that is going to play quarterback, barring an injury, except Tua Tagovailoa for the Miami Dolphins. It's just not going to happen. Just get it out of your head.
I tried calming down. And then I'm going to have to be loud again.
Nobody except Tua Tagovailoa. Now, if we don't make the playoffs, for whatever reason, I will get 100% on board with you and say we need to evaluate where this team is at 150%. I don't think we should tear it all down, but I will be 100% on board to say let's have a real conversation about Tua and what he is or what he is.
Well, why is it going to have to take until the season is over and derail? It's already derailing in front of our eyes. We're done.
No, Tua until 2 weeks ago was an MVP candidate in the NFL. And until 2 weeks ago, everything showed Tua was the guy to get us there. Now, the last 2 weeks, he hasn't shown us that. He's played like crap. I am not sitting. You have not heard me come up here and back Tua up the last 2 weeks. I got it. Hold on, Pete. I was on my vacation on Monday and did an hour show to say I can't give Tua a pass. Tua's the reason that we lost. I came up here today. Tua's the reason we lost. No other thing. I didn't say anybody else. Tua's the reason. Tua's the main reason we lost. And I'm a Tua-neer.
And it feels like we're going to continue to say that all year. This is what I'm afraid. Like you see, this is the thing. You're accepting it. You're accepting it, Steven. It's fine. You're accepting it.
No. Pete, do we have Patrick Mahomes? Do we have Peyton Manning?
We have a rookie quarterback.
Do we have Tom Brady in his prime? No. Nobody's sitting here saying we have an elite quarterback.
Pete.
And in the NFL, with the exception of a handful of quarterbacks, you're going to
Wait. First of all, Steven, it doesn't matter what anybody says. Tua was drafted at an elite spot. He needs to be an elite quarterback. Top 5 picks need to be elite. Look at Jeff. He needs to be an elite cornerback. He was picked with the number 3 pick. He has to be elite. If you're not elite, you're going to be gone. That's a top 5 pick.
Number 5 pick.
Pete, Skyler's last throws in the NFL have been to the other team.
Cam, I know. With the throw and statistics, you're right. But the situation he got thrown in, like we didn't even have a chance to come back. It was throw the ball. That was a punt. Throw it away, let them kneel it, and let's get out of here. You know what I mean? Like, this is the most. We could have had Skyler running through the Lions, Bears, and Steelers, gaining experience and momentum without a quarterback that's not limited. He can hit you and open up the field. Skyler will have those safeties playing deep back. Yes, he will. They're afraid of his arm. They don't know that guy yet. He's a rookie. But Tua, look what they're doing. I've been telling y'all for weeks. For weeks, it started, we lost to Ron Armstead, so, that's why we sucked versus Houston. No, it wasn't. Like I told y'all, Houston had the speed on corners to stay up. And they were able in the second half to show that. But it was all because Armstead was out. No, it was because that's what they decided to do, was close it up. It's on film. It's catching up. This is not sustainable with Tua.
Dude, here's the reality of the situation. Like it or not, Pete. Tua's going to be the quarterback the rest of this year. We have a legit shot of making the playoffs. And as long as those things go to this Saturday night is a game that is a very interesting game, because if you put them it's interesting for many different reasons. Number one, the snow is going to play a very big factor. You go back and look at games where snow's played a factor. The teams that normally win those games, they're not doing the same things that they normally do to win those games, right? We go back to the Bills Patriots game last year and the crazy wind or whatever it was, right? That game was insane. Only 3 passes were thrown in that game, okay? And so if you look at that, and we're a passing team, if Tua throws for 3 passes and he throws for 60 yards, but we ended up losing the game, whatever, am I going to blame that on Tua because we were in the snow? No. Tua gets up. Tua, I'm going to say this now. He doesn't get a pass for the next 2 weeks, but in 7 inches of snow, he's going to get a pass with me.
Why?
Because it's the snow. It's 7 inches.
It's part of football. It's called playoff football. There's a reason why late in season teams are prepared to win with their defense and running game. It's called preparation.
You want me?
It's called prepping.
You want me to bench him on a game that is played?
Of course, you have to bench him. He cannot perform. You want to win? If it's 7 inches, you want to give your team a chance to win. Tua's not going to do it in the snow. So what is smart? So Steven, if you know you're going to go buy a car right now because you have the money, and they're telling you right now, Cam is telling you, don't buy that car because I know that engine is bad. I saw that guy manipulating that engine. Are you going to go against the grain and say, no, I got the money, buddy. I'm going to buy it because I like it? You're not. Only a dummy would. And Saturday night, it's going to show if Skylar Thompson or Teddy Bridgewater is not the starting quarterback, the Miami Dolphins have thrown in the towel. And you know what? I do see a chance that Tua starts that game. But I promise you, I feel he is going to be benched. It's going to be sack, fumble, turnover. Okay.
Barring an injury.
How are we going to score? How are we going to score? How are we going to score?
Barring an injury, you're going to be dead wrong. Barring an injury. And if you were right, for whatever reason, Pete, if an injury is not the reason that Tua gets benched, unless it's
not going to be injury, buddy.
Time out. I'm going to give myself 2 outs here. You ready? Unless it's an injury or garbage time. And by garbage time either means the Dolphins are down by enough where they just said, we're going to put Skyler in because we don't want Tua to get hurt. Or they're up by so much and they say the same thing. They could be down or up. All right. Let's say 13 points. If they are down or up by 13 points, okay, then it's garbage time. But if it's anything other than that, garbage time or hurt, I will allow you to come on and host the show by yourself, and you can't get banned for 1 day. You can say whatever you want.
Let me step in real quick here. Steven and Pete, let me say something, because you both are wrong and you're both right. Like, there's no way we should be giving Tua a pass because there's 7 inches of snow, right? It doesn't. If he's our quarterback for the future, do you think this is the last time he's going to have to go to Buffalo or New York or anywhere else where there's snow and play in shitty conditions?
I'm not.
Okay, so why are we going to give him a pass? We cannot give him a pass
because this is 7 inches. It's a very unique game.
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. You got to play in the conditions that are dealt, right? And that's on the coaching staff to put the players in the best position.
All right, so hold on, Cameron. Let me throw. When I say give him a pass, what I am trying to point out to Pete is that he will not get benched because of a bad game in Buffalo.
He will not. I agree with that.
That to me rubs me the wrong way. It rubs me the wrong way. It's like an organization that's being held back. They don't want to be better. They don't want to win. They don't want to take that next step to be great. They're afraid. My team is afraid to be great. They're afraid of it.
Pete,
think about it.
Pete, this team is not a better team with Teddy, Two Gloves, or Skyler behind center. And that's a fact.
Well, think about this. Christopher Greer decided to get those backup quarterbacks. Okay? That's who he decided to pay. To not give us hope. He set us up for complete failure.
That is I understand.
The only hope. Look at the 49ers. They're riding the Brock Purdy train. Why can't we rock the Skyler train? There's no difference. We need to see what Skyler has.
There's a big difference. You know why? Because if Garoppolo was not injured, he'd still be starting. Tua is not injured.
So players don't lose their jobs if they play bad?
Tua has played a game and a half of bad football. That doesn't mean he needs to be benched. And even so, it doesn't mean he's the worst quarterback on this team. It doesn't mean that Teddy or Skyler is better than Tua at this point in time in the season.
I think Teddy and Skyler will both at least give us the opportunity to push these safeties back, if you ask me.
Hey, Pete, can I tell you something real quick? Are you listening? Tua right now is over 3,000 passing yards and 22 touchdowns. If I am correct, we said at the beginning of this year that if Tua ended with 3,500 passing yards and 30-plus touchdowns, it would be a successful year. Okay, now, I'm asking for a lot, maybe, with 8 touchdowns in the last 4 games, but it's conceivable.
But remember what I told you about that 3,500 yards, Steven?
What did you say?
3,500 yards in a 17-game season, it's almost laughable in this passing new era. It used to be good. It used to be good in 2008, but not no more.
All right, we said 3,500 passing yards, and we said over 30 touchdowns. If he gets that, it's a successful year for Tua.
And Steve, where is he at? 22 touchdowns?
He's at 22 touchdowns and over 3,000 passing yards.
How many games does he have left?
He's at 4 games left.
He'll get 30.
I think he has a good shot at getting 30.
Good shot. He'll get 30.
Is he going to get 500 passing yards? We'll see.
How many did he get yesterday, Steven?
145.
No, touchdowns.
1.
This was versus the Chargers that had no Derwin James and no Joey Bosa. They were depleted in their secondary as well. This is the defense. This was the easiest defense and in a dome that Tua was going to face the rest of the way. The Jets are not easier. The Packers are not an easier defense. They have better corners than what we just faced right now. It is over for Tua. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. When the man coverage smother up the middle of the field, Tua doesn't have the arm strength to take it downfield. It's over. This is why I keep trying to repeat the same take to you, Steven, and you keep somehow, some way, repeating everything and bringing it back like it's not over. It is over, bro.
Level 2 noob is correct. Those were the bare minimum numbers that we needed from Tua to give him a pass to go into next year. You are not wrong. With what we were expecting from this offense, those numbers were the bare minimum. You were correct. That is exact. We said that's the minimum we need with this offense. 3,500 yards and 30 touchdowns. Minimum. I'm not saying it. But if he gets to that and we get into the playoffs and win a playoff game, he's going to be our quarterback next year. I'm just letting you all know that. If we get to that, he will be our quarterback next year. And that's how that's going to, like, that's going to be what it is. I'm just letting you all know. 150%. That's exactly what's going to happen. So just be prepared for that to be the case next year. And now, if we don't, and we don't make the playoffs, or we don't win a playoff game, there's going to be some questions, and there's going to be, what else can we do? And I hope that doesn't come to fruition. I hope that doesn't. Like Tua's the guy. Good, bad, or indifferent, like it or not. But the last 2 weeks and last night, he sucked. And there's no way around that. And you got to play better. You got to do better. And I expect better. Do I expect it better this week in Buffalo? Probably not. And y'all can say, Steven, you're giving him a pass. I'm understanding that 7 inches of snow and Tua's never really played well in cold weather. I'm seeing the signs are on the wall for this weekend. Do I think we can win? Yeah, I think we have a chance to win. But it's going to take a perfect game for us to win.
It's going to take a game where McDaniel puts a game plan to win this game, and it hasn't happened, right? We need Tua to protect the ball. We need us to establish a good ground game. We need to contain Allen, and it's going to be a grinded out type of game, and we can win this game. We have the tools to win this game.
We have the tools to win this game. Oh, by the way, did you see my wins losses for this week?
Yeah, well, there's still Monday night, which
I did really good.
It wouldn't matter. You lost 4.
I did really
I lost
good.
5. I lost 5. Tamaris lost 5. CB83 lost 7, and he picked the Pats tonight.
Yeah,
I already gave him the L for that.
I did really good, man. I was really proud of myself. I was going through my picks. All the 1 o'clock games, I think I picked correctly.
No, you missed the Giants.
Missed the Giants. Okay.
But you did well. You missed
what did I miss? Giants?
Giants, Seattle, and Miami.
And the Thursday night game I got wrong too, I think.
Oh, my bad. Vegas, you're right. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
And I should have had that. They should have won that game.
I missed 5 and Tamaris missed 5.
It wasn't for Baker Mayfield.
That was unbelievable.
That was insane. I was watching that from the deck of the ship on the big screen. It was really cool.
That's awesome. That is awesome. I had to, what's that?
So I wasn't expecting you to come on today, my friend.
I had to jump on because I knew you probably needed a lifeline.
No, I think that I have no problem with fans being upset. I think they have every right to be upset. I think there's a lot of anger within the fan base. I do think, there was a couple of people that pointed out that were prominent on social media, and I wish I had hearted it or retweeted it, but they said something to the effect of, why do Dolphins fans always tear each other apart after losses?
I saw that tweet.
And my thought to it is, and here's my opinion of it. My opinion is the reason that Dolphins fans do that is because there's so much pain and just it was a Jets fan who said it too, I think. And I think the issue is at the beginning of the year, we expect to be a good football team. We expect to do good things. And we get the rug pulled out from under us all the time, every year, in different ways. And it sucks because I feel that we have what it takes to get to that next level. And we haven't done it. And we have yet to do it. And I don't understand why the Dolphins, I think that Pete hit the nail on the head with some things that we settle. We do settle for mediocrity because that's all we've known. And so maybe me saying a statement like, well, if the Dolphins lose on Saturday, I'm still not. Maybe a better fan base would be like, well, I don't understand why we're still watching. We're not going to do anything. But in my mind, I still have the hope and prayer of, well, even if we lose on Saturday, we win the next 3. We're going to hit 11 games, which is what 11, 12, or 13 games at the beginning of the year. I think that's fair to say, right? I think there's nothing wrong. Is that me being optimistic? Is that me being a fair weather fan? Is that me being a homer? I don't know, but I feel very confident that Miami wins 3 out of the next 4 games and we make the playoffs. Now, I do believe that if Tua plays the way he's played, that does not happen. But in my opinion, what are the odds that Tua plays this bad for the next 4 games?
Well, if he
don't
does,
think they're that good.
I mean, if he does, then this it's going to be an off season of what we experienced last off season. But we don't expect that to happen, right? So, and that therein lies the rub, right? Our expectations with the talent that Greer's put on the field, with how Tua played in the first 8 games of the season, that our expectations, maybe they were unfairly floated, but listen, I still have the same expectations as you do, as do you. We both got up here and said 12 and 5, 11 and 6 is our expectation, right? And it shouldn't change. Did we expect that?
For me. It hasn't for me. And here's the great thing about it. We put our team in a position that if we went on a 3-game losing streak at this time of the year, we still can make the playoffs. We still can control our own destiny.
So, and that was my point when I first came on, is that like we need to check ourselves. It's okay to be upset. It's okay to really, let off some steam. It's okay to be frustrated. But we're still a playoff team. We're in the playoff hunt. We're the 6th seed. We have a pathway to get 3 or 4 more wins the rest of the season and possibly have a home playoff game, which hasn't happened since 2008 or 2007. We need to understand that the big picture here, that there's 4 more games and listen, we're in a good position. Do we have some things to tune up? Yes. Do we have questions about our run game? Yes. Is our stud tackle, hurt? Yes. Did Tyreek Hill have injuries? But every team has those issues, right? Every team has those issues, and good teams find ways to overcome those issues. And that lies on the coaching staff, lies on your quarterback, that lies on your captains, that lies in the rest of the team, right? We're going to see what this team is made of. So far, they lost in San Fran. They lost to the Chargers. And we sit here and pick apart the reasons why, but we're still a playoff team. And the fact remains that Tua is a 3rd-year quarterback. They were ready to send Josh Allen, down the river up there in Buffalo after 3 years.
They were.
And so
all the time and Mark vehemently denies that, or at least has in the past.
I'm married to a Bills fan. Noob is not too far off. I hate the Bills, but my wife grew up in Buffalo. Her brother and her father are season ticket holders for the Buffalo Bills, and they live in South Carolina. It's absolutely freaking crazy.
Yeah.
And the bullshit that I get on my text from those 2 clowns. And
I bet it's ridiculous. And we have nobody to blame but ourselves for A, being Dolphins fans, right? And then B, just that's what our team is. They are what they are. And
But on the other hand, we're Miami, and I'm speaking of South Florida. You live in Baltimore. There's some others on this chat that live in other parts of the country. But down here in South Florida, we're the fan culture is such a front running fan culture, and And the Dolphins have given this, and it's a Dolphin city. Number one, first and foremost, it's not a Marlins, it's not a Heat, it's not a Panthers, it's a Dolphin city. The expectation that was put on this franchise in 1972 with that perfect freaking season, and Dan Marino after that is the standard that the football fandom culture of Miami sets itself to achieve. That's our expectation, right? And so this is the first year that we can legitimately say that we have the best wide receiver. We have, on paper, the quarterback who's leading in all statistical categories as far as accuracy and yards per attempt. And we have another 1,000-yard, 1,500-yard receiver. We have a defense that the team spent money on and bringing, real legitimate players. And we drafted well with Holland and Wilkins and these guys and Baker. And we go out and get Chubb. The expectation is that we not only make the playoffs, that we make a playoff run because the tools are there.
I'm going to stand by what I said since day one of training camp.
And Jefferson might be the best wide receiver. That's okay.
Dolphins, 13 wins, which 13 is out the window now. So 11 or 12 wins. Make the playoffs and win a playoff game. That is my goal this year. Anything less than that is unacceptable to me. And I will be the first person on this channel to be, everybody needs to be looked at, Tua included. If we do not,
they don't make the playoffs. If they don't make
100%.
the playoffs.
100%.
And listen, if this team, I 110% agree with you, and I said that before the season starts as well. If this team does not make the playoffs, everything's on the table. And there's a quarterback up there in Baltimore who wants to come home, that it's going to be the natural calling card for everybody under the sun if this team does not make the playoffs.
I don't know if I want that to be our answer, but that's neither here or there. Caleb Williams.
But I'm telling you that's going to be the easy
one more
answer
year for Caleb. But no, for now.
But it's going to be the easy answer. What's that?
I said Tua for now. That's where I'm at with it. Tua's still the guy. Tua's not going anywhere.
Tua's our quarterback, and Tua has given us reason to believe he can be our quarterback of the future. He's been inconsistent the past 2 games. Okay, that's part of the deal in my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
If we still make the playoffs, hey, Tua's going to get an extension on his contract.
You think?
Yes.
Probably not wrong. All right, Miami Sports Music, number 1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. It was therapy Monday, almost 4 hours for the show today. Not bad, y'all. Not bad at all. If you liked it, donate to the channel, hit the like button. Let's go. I'll tell you what I'm going to do right now. What I'm going to do is I am you go ahead.
No, I'm just laughing at Pete.
I get to host my own show. I can't wait. So the rule is, just so we're clear, Pete, in order for you to host your own show, Skylar has to enter the game in either A, non-garbage time, which is Tua or the Dolphins are either down or up, no more than 13 points. To me, that would anything 13 points. If he enters the game at 14, it's garbage time as far as I'm concerned. Okay? 13 points either way. And Tua has to be healthy. If Tua's hurt, or they are up or down by more than 13, it does not count. You do not get to host your own show. But if Skylar or Teddy enters the game and the Dolphins are down by or less than 13 or up by less than 13, down or up, and Tua is healthy and enters the game, then I will give that to you. I will give you a day to host your own show, and you can't be kicked off that day. I will give you full immunity for one day. I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll see. We'll see. And this is for the Buffalo game only. Buffalo game only. Okay. So now other people got things to watch. Vince in the house said a lot of stipulations. Yes, there are a lot of stipulations. Because I could see a world in the third quarter where the Dolphins are down by 14 points or 15 or 17 points.
They're down by 14. You don't take them out.
Huh?
You don't take them out down by 14.
I'm just saying I can see a world where that happens, where they're just like, all right, we're not going to take the chance of hurting Tua anymore. We're going to throw in Skyler, let him finish the rest of the game. I 100% could see that. But I don't think it would be a bench Tua thing. It would be we're going to save Tua thing. That's how I would look at it. Anyways. All right, hold on. Let me pull this up real quick before I finish this show off. Content or supers. Here we go. What's today's date? The 12th?
12. 13 more days to Christmas, bro.
I fly in Saturday morning, just so you know. I will be there Saturday and Sunday. I don't fly back till Monday.
Right on.
You don't care.
I mean, well, I'll see you Saturday night.
All right, hold on. All right, here we go. I just put in all the donations that people had from today. And I'm making sure.
Ace of Spades, who's talking about resigning? And I agree with Green Truth. If we had any semblance of a run game like we had against Cleveland or the game before that, when Wilson's first game here, like it just would open up so much more for this offense. But that's not the case. And to me, Mostert isn't the type of bell cow back that you hand off, 30 times a game. Gaskin and or Ahmed aren't the type of running backs that you can rely on for more than 5-6 plays a game. Like, so
you guys ask Cameron questions while I fill out this wheel of names.
If Wilson's gone for any amount of time and they're saying maybe 2 to 3 games, and I'll find out more this week, it's going to be really limiting, right? Like who's out there? Because I would think they'd pick up someone off the waiver wire. Even if it's the kid they cut from, that was the undrafted rookie from South Carolina. White was his name, right? Oh, re-signing. Gotcha. Listen, if the team makes the playoffs, they're going to re-sign Tua. And I think they're going to extend him. If they don't make the playoffs, then anything's on the table. And I can't disagree with, Steven. I agree with Steven in that if, this team, God forsake all of us, goes over for the rest of 4 games, holy Moses. Anything's on the table, including dismissal of head coaches and GM, because that would be an epic collapse with the type of talent that was brought in here. I think our expectation needs to be the playoffs, and it should be the playoffs. And if we don't, whoo, good night.
Here we go. All right, here we go. I got everybody who donated today,
including me,
and I will give you all 2 minutes to donate. And just so you all know what we're giving away, or what is being raffled off. Where's it at? Where did you go? There we go. Javon Holland autographed 8x11. Okay. Javon Holland autographed 8x11. Let me just. Okay. And it's got PSA certification and everything. Okay. So if you donate right now, you can add your name to it. I don't care if it's $1. It goes such a long way in helping the channel grow. I'll say we're $15 away from gold, or $16 away from gold today. You guys can donate on Cash App, PayPal, or YouTube. But if you want to get into this giveaway, just donate right now.
Hey, let me
answer
this real quick, Gary. And he asked, or she asked, let's be clear, Tua has improved this year, but how much time will it take for him to become more consistent or consistently good? And I referenced Josh Allen earlier. After 3 years, they were ready to send him down the river, but they stuck with him. They put a game plan together, and they corrected some of the mistakes. And that's what's happening. You see that this year with McDaniel. And 5 years, I think, is what the answer is.
All right.
At least 4.
For what? Tua getting re-signed?
No, just they asked, how long do we stick with this quarterback? And he's shown improvements this year. He's showing a progression under McDaniel. And I think you got to keep that mojo going. Like, has he had a couple games of setbacks? Admittedly so, yes. But let's see how he finishes out the season. Let's see what corrections are made. Let's see how he learns from this and moves forward, because that's what it's all about. It's a big picture. It's after the 17 games, what's your record and where we're at, and it should be the playoffs.
All right, everybody who donated in here, just giving anybody else a quick minute to get back up in here. If you want to get into this, I will add your name. If you donate like in the next 60 seconds, I will add your name into this thing. Let me just make sure nobody donated on Cash App or PayPal. I just want to make sure I'm fair to everybody.
In Green Truth, I totally 100, and I said that when I came on the show earlier today. Like, we need to chill. We're 8-5. Got 4 more games left. The expectation was this team would be improved. Let's see where it takes us. Let's see what McDaniel can do. We got out of the gates real hot. We've got some stumbles the last 2 games. Listen, we've set ourselves up to expect the playoffs, and this team has put themselves in position for us to expect the playoffs. So the analogy is a good one.
I expect the playoffs 100%. I expect.
I do too.
Yeah, and if I don't get that, I will be pissed. I'll be disappointed. I'll be mad. I'll be pissed. Any other adjective you can name. All right, here we go. Nobody else got in. This is what we're doing. I have Flipside Fishing, Charles, Michael Sinclair, Cameron, you're in this, Michael Kidd, Flipside Fishing, Merrill Garrett, Miami Fan Talk Show, Lance McDonald, Level 2 Noob. Oh, John 83 got his name in. He just added. Let me add your name in there, John 83. There we go. All right. Anybody else want to get in there? Let me just also say I have Flipside Fishing, Miami Fan, Lance McDonald, Level 2 Noob, Miami Kid J, Rashad, Pete's Takes, Flipside Fishing, Level 2 Noob, Rashad, Jose, Dud Finn Suck. He's even in this. John 83.
For defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio for defensive coordinator, maybe.
Oh, we'll have to see. We will have to see. All right, here we go. Let's a number between 1 and 13, my friend. Cameron.
You want me to tell you what that is?
Give me a number between 1 and 13.
1.
All right, I'm going to shuffle one time. Shuffled one time. All right, here we go. See who's going to win.
Flip side fishing.
Flip side fishing. Yeah. Wah, 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 wah. All right, flip side fishing. Let me send this to you, brother. Congratulations, man.
Loser number.
1. Yeah, too much. Too much.
You see what I did there? Danny got it.
Too much. Shout out to Flipside Fishing. I'll get with you, man. I already have your stuff, so I'll send it to you. All right. Anything else? Final thought of your day? Final thought of the day for you?
Man, it's Monday. I'm going to enjoy my week. Yesterday's game is behind me. I'm looking forward to Saturday night and seeing you all. I'll be there probably right at game time.
So you are coming right at game time?
Yeah, maybe even halfway through the first quarter. I've got a Christmas party that night that I had to reschedule.
Is Tamara's coming?
So far, so good. We'll see.
All right, let me know. I'd love to see Tamara's.
I never know what listen. I booked a table at 8, so
we'll see what happens. What you're saying.
We'll see what happens, man. But outside of that, man, hey, it's a great day to be a Dolphin fan. It's good to see you back off your trip. Good to hear that you had a great time. And I appreciate CB83 taking the reins with me on Thursday. We had a good time. We even did some film study, which I think we should incorporate into the show. We'll talk about that more later. But all good stuff, man. Let's see what McDaniel's got. Let's see how our head coach coaches, because it's going to be an interesting one Saturday, bro.
Definitely. All right, man. I love you, brother. Be good.
Have a great day.
You too. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Therapy Monday. Dolphins lose to the Chargers, and Tua struggles again. That's what we talked about. Go back and listen to everything. Make sure you hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe. Again, congratulations. We hit 10,000. We're going to do a show either Thursday or Friday. We're going to do our 10,000 congratulations on 10,000 show. So be on the lookout for that. Tomorrow's Take Tuesday. Nikki Smokes, Nando Talk, hanging out with your boy Stephen D right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. I love you guys. You guys are the best in the world. And I will see you guys tomorrow right here on the #1 Miami fan morning show. Peace.